Hello. Uh, as a quick question before we start, are things working fine? Is like the video okay? Because in the bottom left of OBS, it's basically saying I'm dropping 50 frames every second, which makes me think that you're only seeing every 10 frames per second. That would be like the logic going into my brain. Now I have a reason, like I can tell you why that's happening, but it's a little bit like it's because I'm like greedy. Basically, I'm like a greedy little goblin. Where I'm uploading a YouTube video right now, as well as obviously streaming to both Twitch and YouTube. Okay, if everything's cool as hell, I'll accept that it's cool as hell. Hell, I assume being more of a frosty place than anything, but okay. So, we're going to be doing a couple things. I've been thinking about this a lot. I've been thinking about what we want to do at this moment. I do believe training Firecat will be correct, and I'm pretty sure that if we train Firecat, we will be able to do well. So we're going to train Firecat, and we're going to do it the Firecat way. Because of this, I do want to, like, because of what happened last time, I do actually want to make sure I have Fire Elf as well as possibly Storm Elf from the Harvest Lord. So a lot of today will just be grinding through Alakane, Swift Arrow, and Harvest Lord, trying to see if we can get those drops, even if it takes a long time. Like, we might not get either of them in this stream. But that's kind of what I'm thinking, which means hopefully I can just chat with a couple of people. I can see Bean God in the chat. Hello, Bean God. But if ever anyone else comes along, I can also, just as easily, I assume, chat with them. But this does mean that this will be the very first thing we train in this game. What? There are free fire spells. Oh no, right, they require Immolate though. They require Immolate and Solar Morak, which is, I remember going through this. This is like the second time I've been shocked by this system. But I believe I'm correct in saying that I want to train Firecat. That's one training point gone. We now have Firecat. This will allow us to do all the things I believe we want to do. Okay. Go to Trident Avenue. Over the course of today, I've edited a bunch of, or in this bag, or in this case, a hat and cloak. Yeah, true. I think the first thing I want to do is get Alakane Swift Arrow. No, the first thing I want to do is get Galvanos Tower done. I want to get this fight done. Based on how I've written the rules, it's important that I do this first, only because the way I've written it is like, when I progress a main quest is when I should turn off a locked level, because that's just how I've defined it. I justify it elsewhere. And as such, I want to make sure both of these are dead so that I've completed the quest, like the main quest, and then we can do the grinding. So, I mean, I'm pretty sure this damage will be enough. We've got quite a bit of damage in the tank. Let's do this. As I was saying, I've spent a lot of today and yesterday editing videos. Yeah, this damage should be good. So we're just going to triple strike the Rotted Fodder. By the way, I noticed this. This is a Rotted Fodder. Every other fodder-related character in this game is a Rotting Fodder. But this guy's a Rotted Fodder. Anyway, 3 Myth Strikes should kill the Rotted Fodder. And then we just spam Ghouls and Snow Serpent, Firecat, and the rest of the strikes on the big boss man. And Susie's just like watching us. This would be like a perfect time if I was Susie to just try and like sneak out. Okay. That shield is kind of annoying. Is it gonna be... I guess I'm gonna Ghoul this guy then. Because 3 strikes won't kill it, and I want Ghoul to happen anyway. Hee 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 haw. I was supposed to be in bed, but I am still awaking. Thank you, Sleepy Panda, and thank you for being proof, again, that the restreaming system works. Now, if you send a message on YouTube, it'll send it to Twitch without it being sent back to YouTube, and vice versa. If you send a message on Twitch, it'll be sent to YouTube without it being sent back. I've got to cross these off, by the way. In reality, it was basically as easy as I thought it would be. We're just a little silly, where we kept trying to change things, and then one of the things we changed was like what it reads as a user, or what it's trying to read, to like not double send everything, and I just changed user ID to user at one point, and I needed to keep it as user ID. But now it all works. Mayhaps it's because it's Storm, and Storm is known for having things be rotted as opposed to Death, which does be rotting things. But the rotting fodders are Storm, aren't they? Like, this rotting fodders on Triton Avenue are Storm. They're not Death. There's also fodders on Dark Cave, but I believe they're also rotting, and I believe they're also of the Storm variety. Wall was successfully cast. Congratulations to us. One thing I'm going to add, and I forgot to do it beforehand, but we'll do it in a sec, is that I want to make a list, or I want to count on the stream the amount of times we farm these guys and just have that as a little counter in the corner. I think that'd be kind of funny. So we'll probably end up doing that at some point. In fact, maybe I can just set it up now while we've got time. Add text. Add new text. Text. Harvest Lord kills. And then it'll be 0. Obviously, this is too big. But if we just do a little bit of it... Uh-oh. I got rid of it. So we've just played an Ice Spell. Now we play Fire Cat. Put this, I don't know, maybe like below me. Maybe we can have it like right here. Okay, I fizzled the Fire Spell. Let me just put it a little bit less. Yeah, but now it's fixed. Now it should be fixed. And so... yeah, this should be good. So that's the Fire Spell finally cast. And now we have to just strike 3 times. And this guy will be out. I made that joke last time. And I'm probably going to make it every single time because it's funny that the spell is called Strike. How have you been, God? How's your day been? We've just done Myth. So we hit load, and now we've got 2 more Myth to go. Lazy? I mean, sometimes you need lazy days, but I also know you've got good reasons to be busy. So, yeah, behind on uni work, yeah. Hopefully I'm not dead here. Like, a lot of spells this guy could cast could kill me. I'm also, like, starting to get a little behind on uni work. Sunbird, great. Okay, we don't even get a Harvest Lord kill now. Because Sunbird should do enough? No, I'm alive from Sunbird. Lives from Sunbird. One thing that feels really nice about these 0-cost spells are that they can't fizzle. It feels so good to have that guarantee.
I am beaten, but my master...
I know what he's talking about. Meet me outside, wizard. I need your help.
Okay. And at this point, I will lock my level. So, Harvest Lord kills now goes to 1. How do I edit the text? Oh, this is going to be frustrating. I have to keep something permanently up that allows me to edit the text. But Harvest Lord kills 1. And now we're up to the grind. It should be pretty consistent. It's not going to be 100%, but I should be able to pretty consistently kill the Harvest Lord over and over and over again. And it should be somewhat similar for Alakane Swift Arrow. The benefit is that, of this roll, is that while I did have to buy the Fire Cat, which I wouldn't have had to had we not had the Alakane Swift Arrow incident last time, it's very neat that this is actually going to be very, very consistent. That the myths are going to be easy for us to use, and there's only 3 spells that can fizzle, and the damage is very high. You know, the fact that we have 4 myths instead of just 3 is, like, kind of key, right? Because if that last myth was, like, a storm, then it wouldn't be as easy for us to farm, I think. I want to ask, why a new channel for CCC? Yeah, I don't... So the short answer is that I've got, like, this permanent anxiety about, inundating people's, like, notifications with things they may not be interested in, and sort of splitting an audience up. And then if I ever want to make, like, a regular video back on, like, regular spids, that isn't Wizard 101 themed, then having, like, that double confusion. My YouTube channels are, like, small, so, like, it's not really a not something I should be worried about, but I just am. And I'm also comfortable trying to try something like very different aesthetically. Like, you'll know the titles are in capitalization. That's not something I normally do. So that's part of it, right? Like, it'll just be presented differently, but I also don't want to have the audience be split and that kind of thing. I could obviously do it on the long spids channel. That's another place I could upload them. And that might be a reasonable thing to do. But I want long spids really to be something that no one really wants to subscribe to. It's just for, like, videos I don't care about. But I do kind of care about the CCC videos, which is why I've put them on a third channel. Is all of this weird and strange and unnecessary? Yeah. But I don't think it'll matter too much. Maybe it will. Maybe, like... Maybe... I was noticing this earlier. I was trying to find my video, if I could find it by looking something up. Like, if I could go on my main YouTube channel and just look up Cyclic Casting Challenge, can I find the channel? And I couldn't find it. And it took me ages to find it. The reason why I couldn't find it is because I typed it in wrong for what it's worth. I wrote Cyclic Casting Challenge, I believe. And it didn't come up. But, you know, if you type something wrong, like if you write, I don't know, Sloy the Spire 2, you're gonna get Slay the Spire 2 videos. But if you're at Cyclic Casting Challenge and wrong, you're not gonna get Cyclic Casting Challenge. And that's because it's smaller than Slay the Spire 2. But I thought, you know, at least it probably knows what word I'm trying to say is casting. And it should be able to consequently be able to find the channel. But it didn't. That's okay. I have thought about, though, like, with my some thoughts on videos, I already had the pre-established audience from my LOR VOD reviews, which meant that the Some Thoughts on videos had something to springboard off of, and the Cyclic Casting Challenge won't have that. And I don't really have an obvious place to advertise it because on the Discords for Wizard 101, you need to have chatted enough to be able to self-promote. Like, the official Wizard 101 Discord, in order to self-promote your own stuff, you need to have chatted there a lot. No, I haven't chatted there a lot, so I can't self-promote. And so I don't really know if I'm ever going to get, like, you know, an ease of access to new viewers. That being said, I think Twitch, generally speaking, you can probably get a lot of people coming in, or a lot of people for, you know, whatever size you think this is going to be. So we'll see, I don't know. Like, in about 2 weeks, 3 weeks, I'll have a better idea, maybe, of, like, what kind of size this sort of thing has. But, yeah. I think it's an interesting question, because it's not something I'm certain about either. I am lucky that all the enemies early on don't do their real amount of damage. Right, for some reason, they all just do less damage than they should. Okay, so that's one cycle done. Start on to the next myth. Oh. That's Harvest. We're gonna kill a lot of Harvest Lords. Like, this is pretty quick. I'm very happy about. However, I've noticed another thing. How do I put this? It's actually not that complicated. I have the order of stuff over here. You can see my cursor sort of point to it. I've got the order here. And I think that's a good place to put it. However, it means you can't see what drops I get other than when it goes on my character. Like, on your character, it says what drops you get when a fight ends, which is useful. But it means that, like, it's gonna be, may not know the name of the gear I'm looking for, so even if I hover it, it may not have, like, the full bit of gear hovered because my overlay is going over it, which isn't really that important, but it's just something I hadn't thought about until I was watching the VOD back in order to edit the footage, and I didn't realize that. I also asked on the Discord if the drop rate for the Alicane robe, and also what's going to be the gear I get from this, if the drop is rarer than other drops, and it seems like people said yes, but no one's responded specifically for this question. They just said, like, Crown's gear does drop rarely, and I do think it does count as Crown's gear. So it does seem like it'll be a rarer drop than one in whatever it is, 50, 60? It might be more than that. That could mean we might need to do this 120 times if it's more than 1 in 60. We'll have to see. Okay. That's 3 of these. I always like the animation of the rotted and rotting fodders dying. I did look up what the Latin was, by the way, for the fire cat, well, for like the insignia for Wizard City. And it is actually that the first word, which is N, actually does mean behold or look, like Janspot was joking. But it translates to something like in magic we have faith. Like in magic we have faith. Which I don't. It seems that's like a fine. I guess that translation seems okay. Yeah, I really do like the shovel in the ground. I mean, even like I know the Harvest Law is like maybe like a somewhat basic character design, but I think it's like pretty cool looking. I do think like all the nice new animations in this first time user experience stuff is all pretty good that they changed up. And the sound design's not bad. You know, you get to hear the crow on the scarecrow and all this sort of stuff. It's also like it about this game. Was fire done? It's interesting. It's funny that the tower is all storm themed, but this guy's like a fire guy. But it's storm themed because he's on Triton Avenue, so it's like it's not in the right space. You'd think he'd be on Firecat Alley. And here's the Harvest Lord. And you assume he's the Harvest Lord because there's a scarecrow in you put a scarecrow in a field, and a field is where harvest would occur. But there's no farms in Wizard City, right? I haven't seen a farm in Wizard City. We did not get the right thing. That is 3. And maybe there are farms, and we just like can't access them as student wizards. Like there's like separate zones that we can't access. But even if you look at the map, and you go to like... Skeleton keys can be found in this area. Go here. Like this is what we're supposed to assume that all of Wizard City looks like. Where does the farming take place? This guy's the Lord of the Harvest. Where's the harvest? Oh, that was like 15 seconds of dead air. Oh no, Northern Line's gonna ruin me. Okay. Harvest Lord kills seems pretty easy to read. I was wondering if I should put like a stroke on it. Can I? Is that a thing I can do? Can I add a stroke? No, I can add a background color. But I don't believe I can add a stroke. Yeah, I can do that. Interesting. I mean, that's basically just as functional if it's hard to read. Maybe I should do that. Okay. I don't have any stories. I haven't done anything today except edit. Yesterday I got to write on the fact that I'd gone to uni the day before. Or 2 days ago. I guess I streamed 2 days ago. I didn't stream yesterday. Yesterday I also had uni, but not a lot happened at uni. I went to... Well, I'm supposed to have 4 classes on Thursdays for uni, right? The first class was cancelled because of a strike. The teacher is going on strike. So... hold on, I'll actually read Beaten Gun's message. I've still got so much to learn when it comes to understanding and picking up on good sound design. I feel like in games and movies I've learnt so much about the visual elements, but so little about what to look for in sound. Yeah, I kind of agree. I think if you enjoy watching like video essays and stuff, I think it's easier for them to talk about a visual design a lot more. I think it's something that we all have an innate... I don't know. I think we're all more used to thinking about and accessing. Because I also like don't know a lot about sound design at all, really. Right? I don't know a lot about it. But I can tell you tons about visual design that I would have picked up from people talking about films. even like school, right? Like, because in school you analyze a movie. A lot of the time you're going to analyze visual choices, but you're not going to analyze sound choices as much. You know, you might spend like 5 minutes on it, and then you don't do anything else. At least that's my memory from doing like English classes. I just stepped out of the stream because a shiny Pokemon appeared in Cobblemon. I didn't know Cobblemon had shiny Pokemon in it. I've got a lot of friends who play Cobblemon, or as I keep reading it, like I normally read it as Coblemon because it just looks like Coblemon to me. I didn't know they had shiny Pokemon in it. What was it? What was the shiny Pokemon? I'm not gonna... I may not know it if it's not, like, really famous or from Gen 1, but... It looks like Coblemon. I don't know what to tell you. $84? Shiny who gives a shit? I'd never heard of that Pokemon. Damn. One thing I've just realized as well is that in the video, I had this like concern, or when I was editing the video, there was this thing I was like dealing with where I wanted to include me doing the quests because that seemed important. But also, sometimes when I'm doing the quest, I'm just yapping about something. And so, you know, if you see me just kill an enemy, I'm going to be saying like a random non sequitur. And I found that very weird. So, okay, we've just done a myth spell. So what I did is that if I needed to show an element of me like killing a boss, for example, for the first time, I wanted to include the context of what I was speaking about so that it didn't just make it sound like I was saying a random non sequitur, which meant I was including a lot of context about why I was saying certain sentences. Having underneath me the text Harvest Lord kills is going to make it so that if I want to splice things footage-wise, I can like skip, you know, 6 or 7 Harvest Lord kills without feeling too bad about it, because you can tell how many Harvest Lord kills I've done since then. I don't need to like splice in every single kill. So it's a little bit of editing benefit that I have just now realized that I'll get, which is nice. Okay, we didn't even get a piece of gear. We just got a Keen Eyes treasure card. Hello, Harvest Lord's chest. Wait, hold on. Preview. Okay, wait a minute. Cool. So I was on the wiki, and I wanted to see... no, I was on the, not on the wiki, on the Discord. And the Discord said, if there is a second chance chest, it'll tell you the rate. The Harvest Lord has a second chance chest. You have a 1 in 101 chance of getting the Elven Storm Cap. Peak writing, by the way, 1 in 101. Sorry, we've got 4 kills. We have 4 kills. There's a 1 in 101 chance of getting the Elven Storm Cap, which is the thing we want. We just got Keen Eyes, which is a 1 in 42. A lot of this is 1 in 42. 1 in 10. So, what? We're gonna be here doing this 101 times? I mean, hopefully we get it earlier. Okay. Interesting. It is kind of cinema. I agree that it's 101. That's gotta be intentional, right? That's not just like a quirk of the math they've used underpinning the situation. That's really funny. Okay. We might be here for a long, long, long time, which I don't mind. I don't mind grinding something in Wizard 101 in order to feel the satisfaction that it's going to help me in the challenge and then doing the challenge with it. That's peak. It's very interesting to be around while you discover the process of making live content. I agree. I also find it interesting. I have certainly found streaming really interesting. There's a lot of things, like there's just so much going on my second monitor. I've got OBS open, I've got chat open with a different thing, I've got my randomizer open, and now above, you know, OBS already has like 7 or 8 tabs on it. Then I also have this new one for the text being updated that's constantly open. Then obviously I've got the lights and all this other stuff that I've organized and all the stuff I've done in the background to make the stream work. And then I'm also thinking, like, how do I want to cut these down into editable chunks for the Cyclic Casting Challenge YouTube channel? For a second I thought this guy was going to do a cheat, because the circle went all the way over to him immediately, but no, it's just there was a bunch of passing. But yeah, it's been really interesting because it's so different from the scripted stuff, and it's so different from... like, it's still fairly different from when I was doing the VOD reviews for LOR. So it's cool to just learn something new. I love learning new things. Learning new things is like one of the most fun things you can do. Yeah, okay, cool. Oh, I'm going to be wasting some of the healing. Never mind. I fizzled. That means I'm not going to be wasting the healing, am I? Truth Komodo. What? Ugh. I'm glad you've got so many different variants of truth, Being God. Also, I only noticed this when editing the footage. That there's a number after Being God Ian, and it's a very lovely number. It's a very funny one, even. Oh, like the 3 funny numbers below 100, this one might be the funniest. Good old 59. Snow Serpent. And I don't know how it took me so long to notice it, because I was just looking at Bean God. No, that's the truth trick. Oh. The truth animals really know no bounds. I do love the natural attacks all these characters have. Like, I don't know how long the Harvest Lord has had that natural attack of the crow flying and circling. That's just super cool. Lots of things are cool about this game. I love this game. In so many different ways. 66 damage for Node 6. Strike. I've also got so many different tabs open when it comes to like the tabs at the bottom of my screen. Because I've got the live streaming tab open, and that's just like, I've got that on a separate Chrome account, and that's a separate Chrome window. Which means it appears at the bottom even more, but then I've also got, you know, I've got the camera application, the one that lets me use my AI camera. I have an AI camera. Oh, and I've got the processing tab open for the Tool and Wizard 101, and then the other processing tab. So many streamers I hear about have 3 monitors. Yes. I've heard this as well. I don't have 3 monitors, I've only got the 2. I do own a 3rd monitor, which I used to use, but it's very small. One I watch who's got pretty small beans has 4. That's crazy. That's so many monitors. We got Charged Coat. That gives us 5% myth accuracy. I don't think that's really what I want. Who do you watch that's pretty small beans? I don't watch a lot of Twitch, so I don't know like standard size versus like kit, I guess. I realize there's so many wisps here, but I can probably just do this. Okay. What is this? Why is it showing me 1 of 2? Palmer Number, Super Chill Deadlock Streamer. I haven't played Deadlock in a while. Deadlock's a fun game. If I had infinite time, I would probably play a lot more Deadlock, but I don't have infinite time. My time is limited on this earth. I only watch chill Deadlock streamers. They're a rare breed. Interesting. I don't... Yeah, I was about to say, I don't know if I would ever watch a Deadlock stream, but realistically, I just don't watch streams very frequently. Like, I don't even watch Northern Line stream, and I've watched Northern Line for like 15 years. I just only listen to like, you know, sometimes what Librarian does, or YouTube Shorts, or old series of his before he was streaming. But, like, even for games I'm really interested in, I don't watch streams for. I used to watch, like, the smallest amount of LOR, the absolute smallest amount, typically only if there was a tournament involved, and I was mostly just trying to watch the tournament. And they only come out through streams, these tournaments. Okay, cool. Who do I know Palmer from? Palmer is a name I know from something. Like some sort of Palmer that might have a famous last name. Oh, sorry, a famous person that might have the last name Palmer, not a Palmer person that has the famous last name. How long has it been with the debacle between LOR and Riot? LOR, like, lost competitive backing, I guess is what I'm looking for, in early 2023? Early 2024, I think? Yeah, early 2024, because 2023 was when I did Worlds. I think. Yeah, that sounds right to me. 2020 didn't have a World, 2021, 22, 23 had Worlds, and I did 23 Worlds. I believe that's right. So it would have been early 2024, so we've been about 2.5 years since LOR's competitive season ended. Then I would have done Aegis for about 1.5 years afterwards, and it's been about a year since I haven't done Aegis. I don't know if you know this, but 2XKO, the other game, or one of the other games that Riot was working on, also, like, a week ago, lost, backing. I don't know, like, yeah, backing, I guess is the word I'm using. Where 2XKO was released for, like, 4 months, and now 2XKO is gone. And 2XKO is a fighting game. If you don't know what 2XKO is. And so I've got friends who went from LOR to 2XKO because they love fighting games. And then they also, you know, the game they were going to invest time into got discontinued again, which sucks for them. But a lot of them are also like, you know, how... It's not like we're going to join it for a third time. They say until, you know, the MMO might be really good if the MMO comes out in 10 years. But yeah, 2XKO was a fighting game. It was like a tag team fighting game, so it would be like 2v2s, is my understanding. Overslot kills 6. Which is interesting. I haven't played any of it. I think it was like an online, you can play it online. I think I could enjoy a fighting game in as much as I obviously enjoy being competitive and being strategic and all these sorts of things, but as I've mentioned a couple of times, being strategic in a live environment, like where input is part of your skill, like input quality, is not something I enjoy as much as something where like all the quality is just on your ability to analyze and think. So I don't think I'd enjoy 2XCO that much, but you know, I think I could enjoy a fighting game. But I never got around to even trying it. I mean, it's still, like, you can still play it, right? In the same way that you can still play LOR. They just they're not going to update it anymore or release any new content for it. And my understanding of what they did with 2XKO is they made it so that you can buy everything, like all the skins and stuff, for like $10. You know, the skins would have gone for $20 or something, or $15 or $5. But you can buy all the skins for $10 or something. Which is kind of interesting as a way to get a last hurrah. Never really played fighting games. Yeah, I've played a little bit of Smash, especially like at other people's houses. But I think that's slightly different too. I mean, Smash is a fighting game, but it's not in the same vein as Street Fighter, I think. You know, it's not like a 1v1. I mean, I guess people play Smash as 1v1, but the way I've only interfaced with Smash has been as a I'm gonna have to Google this guy. I think. As like a 1v1v1v1, right? At like, you know, in big groups. Okay, I just got snaked twice in a row. Did 101 damage? Wait, is this a good omen? For getting the 1 in 101 drop of the Thunder Hat? I forget if it's a hat or a robe. I'll never remember whether these are hats or robes. But I can check my spreadsheet, and the spreadsheet will tell me if it's a hat or a robe. It's a hat! It's a Storm Elf hat. Cinema if devs planned this. Dude, this rotted fodder has 2 shields. Trying to protect against everything except a ghoul, except like another copy of himself. Although my ghoul has a red brim on his hat, and the rotted fodder has an orange brim on his hat. It'd be cool if the dev was watching the stream and twisting the odds. If that meant that I could get my hat quicker. My 1 in 101 hat. Imagine they change the game to be called like Wizard 20, and then it becomes a 1 in 20 chance of getting the hat. I mean, would you ever plan to protect yourself from yourself? Is that not... Isn't that like what anxiety is? Like, kind of planning to protect yourself from yourself. And arguably, like, putting like a cushioning or wearing like protective gear is almost doing that, right? Like wearing a knee pad when skating or something, or maybe putting like soft materials on hard surfaces. All of those are kind of protecting yourself from yourself. So like, yeah, I think sometimes. Yet another snake. We did do an ice spell. Now to fire cat. Okay. It is very funny when the characters just like disappear in the middle of the arena. Like the fire cat just like, yep, out of existence. Let's break it up. I remember when I was younger, I'm very distracted by what's on the screen. When I was younger, I always thought that Astral Eye would eventually become a thing. Because obviously on our side, there's an eye, a star, and a moon. So Astral Eye has to occur. Then I don't think they ever added Astral Eye. But one day they'll add Astral Eye. What they could do is also replace the eye with a shadow at some point. In order to represent, I don't know, maybe just like a new school that they could add. You know, if they added shadow as a school, that'd be kind of fun. The hell is an Astral Eye? This game already has a completely different sense of the cosmos because it's got a spiral with like these worlds in it that just like are floating islands that go around. Soot-stained tunic? That's not what I want, thanks. So, you know, they could just invent the Astral Eye. Hell, it could be Bartleby's Eye. You could have a whole school based around Bartleby's Eye or like the future. I don't know. Maybe you represent time astrally as an eye. That could be a way the game represents it. You know, you could do anything. As people say, the world is your cloister. It's crazy what stupid. Come on, man. No, it's cool what children come up with. They have better ideas than game designers and game devs. Yeah, maybe you might be right. That it's a little bit silly. But I thought Astral Eye was kind of cool as a kid. And then obviously they never added it, so. And Wizard 101's still going on 15 years later. I think we should regress to always talking down to children. That is a crazy opinion to have. But I don't talk to enough children. Like I don't know. I don't have like many family members that are children. But I don't know. I don't know how to give any input on that. Annie Shadowig? Is this the only ladybug in the whole game? Probably not. There's probably other ladybugs in worlds I've just not been to. Let me... Never acknowledge them as having important ideas, never listen to them for anything. I think that's a bad idea. But, you know, you might be joking, but, you know, you can't tell if you're joking, so I just have to take you dead serious. And taking you dead serious, I think that's a crazy opinion to have. I remember as a kid I was very frustrated sometimes when I'd be thinking something and I'd be taken seriously. Lots of ladybugs and Chris. Sure. I mean, I feel like, isn't like the main lady that we talk to a ladybug in a sense? Because she's like Mirror Mask, I think her name is. And then she also has a sister. This is like the vague bits of lore I remember from our little foray into Chrysalis. On the topic of Chrysalis, this is unrelated to Chrysalis, but it's kind of related to Chrysalis. Arc 3. My understanding is that it's based around this guy called Darsign, and Darsign is like most of what Act 3 is. And Darsign is a thing that Heidegger came up with, and yesterday Jansports and I were talking about Heidegger like all day. And by all day I mean for like 20 minutes or something. But like the name of I think the big bad in Act 3 is named after a Darsign thing. It's just like the main big bad in Act 3 of Wizard 101. I cannot name a single character in Chrysalis, by the way. I think I can remember... I can name Zinea the Mirror Mask, and there's also, like, the King Mouse guy that you, like, bring back to life. So god damn it, this bloody goober. I'll have to do it this way. Dasein, it's D-A-S-E-I-N, by the way. So das ein. It's German. Hiding as Dasein is like it's literally just his word for humans, but it's like slightly different. It's like if you use the word human, but just slightly differently. Because what Heidegger does is he just makes up a bunch of words for things so that he can have the slight different meanings that he would want them to have. Which I think is kind of based. I kind of like approaching language like that. But it does mean that what is Dasein is really just like, it's his word for humans, really. Is what I've understood from every time I've been told what Dasein is. But anyway, that's also the big bad in Act 3, I think. Arc 3. Arc 3 of Wizard 101, the video game. Snow Serpent. There's all this like funny technology stuff in this room because obviously it's in Triton Avenue, and none of it ever gets brought up, like comes up anywhere. It's just like neat set design that they didn't have to add. Like, why is there this little thing, this like lightning device that's just like hanging out over here? What's it doing? Sunbird. 238 damage. Maybe. Yeah, I haven't done like any side quests. I don't really know what goes on in the side quests of this game, other than like the ones that everyone does, like crafting and Zeke. Maybe it comes up in the side quest. I like how I shake it off every time. Like, this imp. I might die here, by the way, because of what happened with the myth. Shield. Which might mean that, like, if I want to be more efficient, I should probably only be ghouling the Rotted Fodder, because if a myth shield gets applied, then I'm wasting damage anyway, and the myth shield can be applied at a later time. I should probably just be ghouling the Rotted Fodder, because if I die here, it's just like, if I just started with striking the boss man and ghouling the Rotted Fodder, sure, it keeps the Rotted Fodder alive for an extra turn, but, you know, that's fine. I think I can probably pretty consistently do that. Am I dead? Are you killing me? I don't know if this kills me, because the damage is going to be lesser. Okay, it does kill me. Yeah, we're at 6 already. It's only been 48 minutes. Thank you, Gamma.
You can use the red return button you'll see in the lower right corner.
So we've only got, what, 95 to go? Yes, I want to use a potion. Roll one potion. How much backpack space do I have? A little bit of backpack space. I get a lot of just, like, nonsense. Yeah. Well, back to harvest lording. The Lord of the Harvest. In the world with no farming. Hello, Rotted Fodder. I'm going to be striking the Harvest Lord now. I think that's technically more efficient. Apparently, yesterday, there was a footy game played. That isn't part of the regular season. It's just like a footy game played for fun, and it was just a bunch of people who are retired from the game playing footy, and they're doing it for charity. I think, like, the I don't know if the footy players get paid. I think they just go up, and then ticket sales and merchandise sales go to charity, and I think they raised $1 million or something for whatever charity it is. I forget which charity. I didn't know about it until after it happened, and I don't know. I thought that was interesting because, like, I'm kind of in the footy like conversation space. But it it just didn't come across my feed. So I don't know if I can how I can be someone who's like fairly into footy and not know about footy events. That seems like a miss in advertising, if that's the case. But maybe it only got told through TV, and I don't watch like TV footy. I don't know. I feel a little strange. I don't know if it was a good game to watch or anything. No one actually talked about the quality of the game, which was also a bit strange when I was trying to read things on Reddit about the game. See, that's kind of the thing. Like, never? Because my engagement with footy outside of entering the footy is, like, on my phone on Reddit. You know, through looking at footy stuff on Reddit. Or like when I watch footy on TV at my dad's, right? Which is, you know, maybe like once every 2 weeks or something, right? I'll be watching footy on TV at my dad's. But I didn't know about this event. And I feel like, you know, I would have expected it to be brought up on Reddit, or brought up on like the Geelong Cats Reddit, or on TV within like the last month, having watched at least some footy on the TV in the last month when I've gone to my dad's. So it's not like it's super frequent. But also, it's not infrequent. It's not like I'm not engaging with the space a little bit. And this is like an anxiety I have about in general, right? I wouldn't have gone to this event, truthfully, even if it was running. It's not the sort of thing I'm really that interested in. But what if there are things that I am interested in that I don't get told about? Such as, like, video game symphonies. Or, I don't know, any just video game events hanging around in general. Like, I only saw that one symphony like 3 years ago because I happened to look up Video Game Symphony in Melbourne like a couple of weeks or like a couple of months before it happened. Otherwise I would have completely missed out on it. And then I think I missed out on another one anyway. That happened later. And so, you know, I've just got this, like, I wanna figure out how I can learn about things better without also not learning about a bunch of things I don't care about, which is, I guess, like, the issue, right? Like, if I want to subscribe to, like, a mailing list for every event ever, I'm gonna get told a bunch of things I presumably don't care about. I don't know. I don't know how people learn about things. I know, like, word of mouth is obviously a big part of learning about things. But I didn't get word of mouthed about this. I suppose my word of mouth footy space is only like my dad. That's probably part of the issue, right? Like I don't go to a job where a bunch of footy people chat, right? There was a Dropout live event in Melbourne a few days ago that I got advertised for and I said about that. That's crazy! I didn't know about that either! And I also watched, like, a little bit of Dropout. I've definitely engaged with college humor for most of my life, in some capacity, and I had subscribed to Dropout for, like, a couple of months. That's disappointing. I'm sorry to hear that. What were they doing? Were they doing like a live game changer? What was the event? Or was it just like an AMA sort of thing? I know Iffy came to PAX last year, I believe. And I believe Iffy is coming to PAX this year, question mark? Also, I'm not supposed to be doing these because if there's a myth shield. I already broke my rule that I set up last time. Improv, okay. Please don't myth shield. Okay, myth shield on the Harvest Lord, that's fine. I don't know. This is just a memory. It might be completely wrong. I thought he was just doing like a chat. Maybe it's improv again. I don't know. I don't know if he's at PAX this year because I don't know anything's going to PAX this year because I don't think I'm going to PAX this year. Maybe I should go to PAX, but I haven't gotten a ticket yet. So, I only learnt that you would be at PAX like in like the last 2 months, and most of the tickets were sold before then, right? So like, if there's still a PAX ticket, I might get it, but I also don't have anyone to go with other than to see your game. I don't, like, who am I gonna go with? I don't know. I guess I can go with like other friends of mine, but like last time I went to PAX, the person I went with was my partner, and my partner's not here right now, right? So I don't know with whom I'm gonna go to PAX with. And going to PAX alone, other than to see your game, I think would be pretty boring. I think I would want to share that experience with someone. Maybe I should see if NSG still needs volunteers for PAX, because typically NSG, who make Netrunner, have a booth at PAX. So maybe I should try and volunteer with them again. And I need so much more water. Well, I didn't volunteer with them last time, but if they need volunteers, I could volunteer with them, and then I could probably like sneak out and see your game, while mostly doing stuff for them, of course. And that could be fun. Right, okay. I assume Saturday's fully booked. Typically Saturday gets fully booked really early on, right? That's my understanding of how PAX works. Interesting. But also, like, yeah, I want to see your game. I want to, like, hype your game up. Tell people to go play your game. Okay, so that's 8 Harvest Lord kills. On our merry way to getting the hat. Ugh. Might be at this for like a week. You know, we're about an hour in and we have less than 10 kills. Might take a long time. And I'm curious to know how many it takes to get Alakane Swift Arrow done. It's at like 95% at the moment. Like the game's finished rate? I don't know what this percentage is referring to, sorry. Oh, no, sorry, this percentage is how full the thing is. Sorry, I knew because you sent that when we were talking about that and I just reread the message. Ugh. Could probably find a way to do this on stream bot, which is where I'm reading chat messages. It doesn't have the time the message is sent, so I don't know when you're sending the messages. I just have to like use my memory to try and work it out. My memory, you know, I'm very distractible. My memory isn't perfect. Got the myth shield. Fine. We can pop that with the third myth. There is a chance that getting this hat is also completely a waste of time, right? Because there are worlds in which we never need to use this hat, but I think that's rare. I think it's going to be rare that we're not going to use this hat, because it's going to be so likely we're going to get a roll of 1 storm in a sequence. And being able to use the hat is going to really help out. And even in future, if we get like rolls of 2 storm, we might want to have a storm hat and the storm amulet. I think it'll come up. But also, I could get bored. Like, what if I just get bored? What if I do this for like a collective 50 hours, and then I don't end up using it, or I get bored and I'm like, yep, can't. I don't want to do this anymore. I've been also thinking a lot about like, you know, there's no punishment if I die, or there's no punishment if I flee. And I've been thinking about like, you know, maybe for like engagement, or just to like make it a little bit more interesting, even just for myself. If I should do something if my character dies or I flee. And I think what most people do for stuff like this is like a physical challenge, you know, like doing push-ups or sit-ups or something. I don't know if I'd want to organize that, mostly because I just don't know how to organize that setup with just like 1 camera. But I've been thinking about maybe there could be something cool there. It's very content-y, thinking in that sort of way. Also, ice shield just after I do my ice attack? That's baller. Push-ups. Wayne Vanilla does push-ups? I don't remember. Does Wayne Vanilla do push-ups? That is not something I remembered from Wayne Vanilla at all. Damn. It's been a long time since I've watched Wayne Vanilla. Well, that would feel so cohesive. You know, like Wayne Vanilla is obviously like one of the inspirations for doing a challenge at all. And you do push-ups. Ah, okay, that is slightly different. I mean, that's still like an interactive element. But I think like giving an interactive element for fleas or deaths makes a little bit more sense than having an interactive element for subs when I don't think there's that much reason to subscribe to me. Myth. I have to do 3 more myth spells. I could die here again. It would be disappointing. Who laughed? Why was there a laughing sound? Did the Harvest Lord laugh when I hit him? That's crazy. I don't know why he would do that. Oh. I did not know he laughs every time you hit him. That's so funny. I didn't know the Harvest Lord was a masochist. Or sadist? I don't know which one. Either way, I don't know he loved getting hit with these strikes. He laughs and then immediately his whole body disintegrates and his head falls to the ground. This is not what we wanted. Okay, Harvest Lord kills 9. Get more wisps. Okay, there's not an easy access wisp. I'm just gonna use the butt. That's fine. I say that and then it spawns like immediately in front of me. Annoying. Every time I go quiet, I think of the Riptide Lad video when Northern Lion makes fun of him for saying 30 minutes of silence only interrupted by sub-alerts. And it's like, I'm aware. I'm always aware. Yet again, another strike on the Harvest Lord. They redid minions. I don't know if you know this. I think I've mentioned this to you maybe once. But I'm curious if I'm ever going to use minions in this challenge, because the redone minions are really, really good. Or they're really, really curious how they work. And as a Death Wizard, I get access to Animate. I don't imagine Animate is going to be... Bingo. Thank you for the subscribe. I don't know how to... I hope you know I don't get that money. Like, that money doesn't go to me. None of it goes to me. Which is sad, but I'm glad you wanted to spend $5 on the joke. No, I know I said that. I was thinking that. You do get access to new emotes. You should have access to maybe 4 new emotes by subbing. So that's fun. But it does suck that I don't get any of that money. I'd love to pocket the $2.60. Because, you know, Twitch is always going to take half of it. Yes, I have to be, not partner, I have to be an affiliate, which requires, I think, 10 subs and 50 followers, I think, to be an affiliate. I don't really know how it works, but that's what I was reading, I think. So, I'm still a little bit out before I can get that. It's a little lame. I mean, I never made money off YouTube either, right? Like, yeah, I needed 1,000 subscribers to get money off YouTube, and I only got to 563 or something. Sorry, 963. I was like 40 subscribers off making money from YouTube as well. Which means I've made like, and I made money from casting at least. So of all my like, you know, incredible putting my life on the internet endeavors, the only one that I got money from was actually casting. Which makes sense, no, obviously. Sunbird is on. The Lord of the Harvest. Oh, my character is so dripped out for the starter schools. Kind of crazy how dripped out the character gets. Like the starter world, sorry, not the starter schools. And I think the blue hair works. The randomly generated blue hair. Strike. Whoa. We're about to get to a double digit of Harvest Lord kills. That's exciting. Unless I die here. Because this is using all the pips. No, 350. Thank God. That was really scary. What is yeah? Wait, what the hell? You're dripped out as fuck. Yeah, I am dripped out. My character looks great, especially with this wand. This wand is actually, like, surprisingly good looking. It's just giving me 750 damage myth attacks. I just got a pumpkin. All I got from this was a fucking pumpkin. I guess I got his head. I guess I killed him 10 times and got his head. You know what? That's maybe a little bit cooler than I originally gave it credit for. But also, I wanted a little bit more than a pumpkin. This is not the way out. This is the way up, theoretically. Open book. Press X or collect. Okay. Open book. I love my wand in the main playthrough. I don't remember. Is that a sword? Is the wand a sword? I don't remember your wand. True. This is kind of my main playthrough. Okay, do I want the 5 health? Do I care about the 5 health to try and find a wisp? No, I don't. Cut to me. Oh, never mind, I found a wisp. But I was going to say cut to me dying from 5 health. Right. Did you craft the wand? Was it part of the Winter Tusk gear? Is that how you got the wand? A sword wand? Because I know you crafted the Athame. Like, the Athame is the famous Winter Tusk gear craft. Okay. One hit on Harvest Lord. Deal 10 damage. I have a terrible brain rot. Whenever someone says 5, I think they're going to end it with pebbles. That's not great to have. 5 is like a relatively common thing for people to say. Like, for example, this guy has 500 health. Are you going to think there's going to be 500 pebbles? 5. I still want to play more Rainwood. Rainwood was such a good game. So many games I want to play. Like, I want to play Tunic. I've heard such good things about Tunic. I've like... Maybe I'll play that in like 5 years. I'm sorry, that'll be the last intentional 5. There'll be unintentional 5s, because 5 is just a common enough word. But... Yeah, I do want to play more Rainworld. I do want to play Tunic. I want to play... There's so many like games of that genre I want to play. I think like I do want to try the Seance at Lake Manor, whatever it's called. I should play Her Story probably at some point. Also, the guys who made... What's it called? The guys who made the game where you're an investigator trying to find the history of the root trees. The root trees are dead. The guys who made Root Trees Are Dead also have a new game out. I do want to play that at some point. It's kind of a fun attack. The only game I've played besides Wiz in like the last couple of months, I think, has been like Slay the Spire and Glimmoth. Oh, and then Isaac, I suppose. Hello. I'm excited to watch Nine Souls. The game in the game is so good and I listen to it all the time. I want to re-experience that music in its natural environment. If I ever stream Nine Souls, I probably will. With how much I've enjoyed streaming thus far, I imagine that even after the experiment is like over, I'll probably end up trying to stream a couple of other things. But obviously not at this sort of rate, especially since I'll probably be working once uni is over. And that might like drain me, right? While uni, like, even though it's draining, I do have extra time, so I can like sort of mindlessly edit things, for example, or stream. Because it's less eventful. But maybe work will be more if I end up working. Okay, I hit down there. But also, I've heard such good things about Nine Souls. There's so many good games. It's actually kind of fucked up how many good games there are. Oh, bingo! Have you heard of a game called Flow, where every letter is uncapitalized except the O, which is capitalized? It's a game released in, I think, '08 or 11 or something. It's a PlayStation game. Have you heard of this game? FL capital OW? I've heard of a movie called Flow. I have not heard of the movie called Flow. Like the line game. No, not the line game for phones. No, it's like, I'm not describing Spore. You're a guy in an ocean made of a very small amount of cells, and you eat things and you gain more cells. But it's not Spore. It's a different game. You know, it's supposed to be like a relaxing Buddhist game, apparently, according to the lecturer. And it's got a really interesting sound design, actually. Well, interesting to me. I don't know, it's just like glimmering sounds. So it sounds interesting to me, but I don't know. It's actually like particularly fantastic design. Sort of game you might have heard of before, because you play video games. Play video game. They also made a game called Flower a couple of years later, which is also very similar in that you're mostly just like you're a guy going through an environment, and the thing you are is non-human. You cannot find the game by looking up FL capital OW PS4 or FL capital OW PS3. Okay, you know the game. You know FL OW. You have played it. Oh my god, okay. What did you think? What did you think of this game? It's interesting you didn't remember it, considering I described it so perfectly as the game called FL capital OW. Its was. Someone used two forms of the verb to be. This guy. Pretty alright, pretty alright. That's what the trailer seemed like, or the video we were watching in class about it. Funny, I said at the start that I had like my dropped frames going up and up a million times, where it just kept increasing and increasing. I haven't had a single dropped frame since, according to this. So it went from 70% dropped frames to 6.1% dropped frames. I think is a little humorous. I didn't mention this, by the way. The reason that... Oh, no, I may have mentioned this. The reason I had so many dropped frames, according to Thingo, was that I was uploading a YouTube video at the same time. I'm a greedy little goblin. And I didn't wanted to upload a video and stream. I think I did say that at the start, actually. What is this? Oh, it's like random bits of hair. Okay. Okay. Healed. Having access to death was really lucky. The amount of times I've had to listen to this imp laugh at me and then deal 59 damage is crazy. 7 from the scarab. Ghoul take 2. Hearing the guy die in the back. So I started this story like 30 minutes ago, and then I never continued it. Yesterday, I was supposed to have 4 classes. The first class was cancelled because the teacher was on strike. Which, I don't know why they're on strike. They actually haven't told us what specifically is going on at uni right now. I don't know if it's the same thing that's been going on in the past where, like, you know, they're not certain that they'll have their, like, the casual work situation where they can't be guaranteed they'll be employed next year is still the reason they're striking. It's not particularly clear to me why, but I trust this for a good reason. So the first class was cancelled. Second class I went to, that was I mean, it wasn't a great class, but it was a class. Third class was very good. And then the fourth class is a class that I don't respect very much, which is not a nice thing to say, I suppose. But it's a class that, like, I don't enjoy very much. And I think not going to it and going to it would have given me the exact same amount of information and value. So I just decided not to go to it, so I could have extra time doing my own thing. So I kind of had 4 classes yesterday, but really I only had, like, 2 classes, and then I checked out this other class for 20 minutes to see if anything valuable was going to happen, and I don't think anything valuable did happen. I feel weird. It's not as if I've always gone to every single class I should go to all of my life, right? But generally speaking, if there's a class, if I'm signing up for a class, I feel like an obligation to go to the class. And I still feel, like, uncomfortable with the idea that I'm, like, making the assertion that no, I don't want to go to this class. I think this class is a waste of my time. I'm not going to go. Am I going to die here? And I did that a little bit in high school. I did that with, like, some math classes in high school, and I did that when, you know, I wanted to go on strike or I was sick or something. That's, like, kind of the same statement. But I haven't done that with uni very much. And so it feels weird to do that with uni, especially because uni I'm, like, more obviously paying for. While at high school, like, you are paying, kind of, to go to even, like, a public high school. But it's less, you know, you sort of have to go. Kind of. Like, you have to go. You don't... My understanding is you don't have to go, but you kind of have to go. Charged coat again. Okay. Yes. Yes. Interesting. And people are only talking about this towards the end of their degree. Funny. Because I'm also only thinking about this towards the end of the degree. Maybe people are talking about this beforehand and you're just mentioning it because the capstone's what you're in right now. Maybe there's something about being towards the end of the degree that you can finally actually say with confidence that you know what each class actually feels like at different levels. Yeah, exactly. At least with this class, I think it's only like 300 or 400 bucks, this class. I don't feel as bad about it, but still, like, part of me's thinking maybe I should have gone and taken another class. But also the fact that it's easy and a class that I'm not too stressed about means it gives me a lot of time to work on my other personal projects, which is very nice. And that I still wanted to complete the degree this semester. Like, that was like the most important thing. I don't know why I did this on the fodder. I already said I wasn't supposed to do it on the fodder. But also, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Hopefully, I'm not punished for using my myth hits on the rotted fodder. The only way I'm punished is if on this exact turn, the rotted fodder does a myth shield on himself. This I'll do. Turns out I can't finish uni this semester. I did math wrong and have doomed myself into needing to do 1 more semester next year. That's really frustrating. And do you only have to do 1 class? Like, do you have to do, like, a full semester or just 1 class? Still, that sounds so frustrating. I'm sorry that happened. Damn. Are you able to do, like, a summer course or a winter course? Is it something you would want to do? Like, would you want to do a course over the Christmas break? Yeah, that's me. But yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. One thing I didn't know, by the way, I always just assumed the capstone had to be your final class in your degree. It does not. There are so many people doing their capstone classes and they still have like a whole year after them. That's just my bad. That was just like an assumption that I made. After finding that, I'll drop to 3 this semester and we'll do 2 semester 1 next year. Good, good, good. That makes sense. Because I know you had a lot on this semester. Like an incredible amount on. So yeah, that's a good decision. Okay. But that's also kind of frustrating. Because, you know, it's like you're planning for your life. It's going to be a little bit more awkward. I don't know how frustrating you're finding it. I guess I'm superimposing the frustration onto you, but I trust that it's a little bit frustrating. Yeah, that was kind of my experience looking for summer classes too. Auslan wasn't bad. It wasn't fantastic, but it wasn't bad. But I did do Auslan for a summer class in order to make sure that I would finish my degree here as well. But yeah. I think for a lot of classes, the summer classes are like the mandatory big class. A lot of degrees, the summer classes are the mandatory big classes for the degree, right? Like, I don't know. Engineering 1 or something, I assume. Engineering 101. Oh. Are we still on 11? Maybe we're at 12. Maybe I'm just coping. I feel like we shouldn't just be at 11. I feel like we should just be at 12. Who did 101 on... I don't know the etymology of 1 of 1. 101 being important. We got a dagger. I don't know the history of 101 in its importance. We could look that up. I'd be very curious. But don't. I don't want to get into combat. I want to pick up wisps. I'm gonna need a blue wisp. Just in case I fizzle. Okay, let's go back to the commons and get stuff done. I'll look up 101 as we get into the next combat, because I'm curious. And learning things is fun. Hello, Hilda. Healer potion. Use it. Healer potion. What? It's not like obvious. Like I can't even think of like what sounds like a reasonable guess as to why. Oh, it really just is that it means level 1, class 1. Like if you imagine you're creating a university curriculum, it genuinely is just like syntactically they would have had like year 1 classes as 100, and then counting up from 100, and 1 would have just been the most basic of those classes. So it is just an historical organizational thing. Interesting. No, I guess it doesn't imply digitization though, because you would have had this pre-digitization before, like before digitization possibly. But yeah, I'm curious about like the year that started. When did 101 start as a meaning for basic class? Meaning for basics. Like when? Interesting. 1929. So like, like that's pre-computer, right? That's like, computer in like as big a sense as in a technological sense, because obviously computers have existed for hundreds and hundreds of years. But technological computers, that would have been pre-technological computers, I think, right? Because those started at around the 30s, 40s? Anyway, it moved into general slang, apparently, much, much later. Curious. Also, I keep doing the strikes against the rotted fodder, even though I said that's not the game plan. I'm getting bailed out for it now, but eventually he's going to put a myth shield on himself, and I'm going to get punished for doing this again. But for now, we're chilling like a villain. Hour and 20 minutes of farming Harvest Lord. There's such ornate windows for a place just owned by the Harvest Lord. I've done Ghoul, up to Snow Serpent. Okay, we haven't done Snow Serpent successfully. I used to always think that Astral Eye, when they eventually add Astral Eye, would let you see what the opponent was doing. Just like Beguile lets you do. How are you feeling after? I'm surprisingly tired, and just like physically tired. I didn't get a lot of sleep last night. I don't know why. I mean, I went to bed at like 2, so like that's part of why, right? I went to bed at 2 because I was editing, and I was just having so much fun editing that because editing something that isn't scripted feels so much freer. And it's so much easier. It's so much easier when the only things I'm doing are just videos that already have the audio associated with the video. It's so much easier to edit. So I was enjoying that, and I stayed up till 2 a.m. doing that, and then I woke up at like 7. So what, that's 5 hours of sleep? I think I went back to sleep for like another 2 hours, so that's 7 hours of sleep. That's like really normal, actually. 7 hours is like fine. But I'm a little tired. But also, I'm excited. Because like when I get the hat, I'm gonna be like, wow, this challenge, its unique rule set has encouraged me to do a specific gameplay pattern that no other challenge would ever expect you to do. How crazy, how queer. Goodbye to the shield. I'm gonna go insane every time I hear that. Yes, I agree. You won't know this. I've definitely quoted it to a few times. I don't have like sub alerts or follow alerts right now. That's probably something I should organize. I imagine that's like a common thing that's kind of fun, and I should organize that at some point. Part of why I haven't organized it is that I don't want to use a pre-built like stream alert or sub alert. I want it to be something custom, right? I don't want to just have like look up popular sub alert and then just have like epic gamer colors with epic gamer angular like angles and stuff. I want it to be custom made. But I also know that it's pretty common to associate... We got 2 pieces of gear. Neither of them are what we want, but we did get 2 pieces of gear. I want to associate it with a sound effect, right? Okay, I know epic gamer angle sounds silly, but I hope you know what I mean. Like, it's always this, like, metal seeming angular thing. I don't know. There's, like, a very standard, like, sub-alert that's, like, angular and metallic. And that's what I'm thinking of. Anyway. I don't watch a lot of streams. And I didn't in the past. But there was, the main competitive streamer for Legends of Runeterra was a guy called Ikato. And what Ikato had as his sub-alert was a sound effect that said, something like, oh no, there's so many. Why are there so many? Or something like this. I don't remember what it was anymore. And I kind of wanted to see it. I could just like copy that and have that as my own sub-alert. No, it's, oh my god, another one. Why are there so many? But it feels like cheap to just like steal his freaking quote. I don't know how to build like a natural quote that I would use for a sub-alert. But I've been thinking about that. I've been thinking about if I would want to include a sub-alert and what that would look like and how that would go. But also, I would want any visual that's associated with it to be something I make. I don't want it to be stolen from something. I say with icons from the game on the screen, which I guess I've technically stolen, right? But I think that's a little bit more reasonable, considering I'm doing something for the game. Maybe I shouldn't say for. Maybe with is the proper preposition. I'm straight up continually putting the myth spells on the Rotted Fodder. It's just so instinctual to do that because you add 3 50s to get 150. 6, 7. The epic gamer angles. The epic and angular. We got 600 flat health. That's pretty good. Oh no, I closed the tab I was using. Oh boy, where did it go? Here we are. Interesting. If I do this, it gets rid of it? Interesting. If it's minimized, it's just like straight up minimized. That's not what I expected as behavior, to be honest. Very few things, if you minimize them... Very few things, if you minimize them, in fact, go away on OBS. I agree, that's what I was saying, right? Like, I have to generate a moment, and I don't know what that moment's going to be. But when it happens, it'll be deeply exciting. It'll be like, whoa, I finally made it. I've done something that's deserving of a sub-alert. Wow. The Bat of the Blood. I did ghoul successfully here. Cool. We go to Snow Serpent. Serpent of the Snow. It's like Riders of the Storm, but Serpent of the Snow. Does boosted damage. Fire sneak attack. It's like I'm a sports commentator. I'm just describing like the play of the game. Fire cat's been cast. Oh, okay, good. I didn't click on it. I think I've been overall pretty decent at clicking on this on the left when I've needed to. Although I've never been perfect at it. Sometimes I do it too early, sometimes I do it too late. Okay, Fire cat, take 2. Me when I am at a pet store and I've got a sale on because the Fire cat stock is growing too high. Fire cat, take 2. That was an awful joke. Terrible. Strike. Oh. Sorry, his laugh every time gets me. Dude, every time he laughs, I like superimpose a different reason why he's laughing. Like that time he was laughing because he had a shield, so he took 41 less damage than he normally does. But every time I hear the laugh, I just think it's the funniest thing. The more you fight the Harvest Lord, the more insane you get. Okay. Wait, Harvest Lord's Mantle? Oh, man. I was hoping Harvest Lord's Mantle was it. Badge earned Undead Stalker? Wait a minute. Wait, actually, are we farming badges? Wizard City badges, I assume. Undead Stalker. 50 undead killed. Okay. Well, I didn't know that was going to also occur during the challenge. Hello, Susie. Susie Griffinbean from Deltarune, Chapter 5. I'm trying to get Skintillatry to join the stream. I'm hoping just by saying Deltarune, I'll sort of summon Skintillatry from the ether. I do want slightly more health. I'm gonna tell Skintillatry. Yeah, do so. I don't mind. I know you told Skintillatry to join the stream. I don't imagine that Skintillatry has a lot to contribute. Or is that interested in Wizard 101? Okay, I'm gonna strike the Harvest Lord this time. I'm gonna do my game plan that I said I was going to do. Okay. Whoop. A lot of trading snakes. I have to trust myself that I've updated the Harvest Lord kills by 1 every time I've done it, but I also got this constant anxiety that I've forgotten 1 or 2, and that it should be much higher, but I'm probably just coping and thinking that, like, surely I've done more. 1 in 101. Oh, what? 101 just came up. 1 in 101 is it's so low. I really thought it was going to be higher than that. I thought it was going to be like 1 in 50 or like 1 in 30. Maybe that's why I didn't know about it before though, because it's just like that rare. Yet another laugh. Okay, well. Still, 14 out of 11 is still pretty freaking good odds. Whoa. You are much more without wreck than I am. I consider myself pretty wreckful when it comes to putting my life savings on things. But you're without the wreck. 6-7. This whole stream is going to be me seeing a number, whether it's 101, 6-7, or 5-9, laughing, and then saying what card I'm about to play. Because I know there's a good chance one person's gonna watch the VOD. Like at least one person, and they're gonna find that. They're gonna go insane. And an ice shield just before I do my ice attack. Thanks, Lord of Harvest. Only 25% though. It's not too bad. It's funny that the myth shield's 80%, but the ice shield's only 25. At least says something about society, doesn't it? $73. Oh. Dun, dun. I don't think I have anything on tomorrow. I'm probably going to edit and work on assessments. I should probably just do my assessments just so like I feel like I'm on top of things, even if, you know, I'll probably be fine either way. Like the feeling of feelings if you're on top of things, even if the amount of time investment anyway. Really a good thing to do. I also haven't just looked at like one of my assessments, right? One of my assessments is a bunch of short answer questionnaires, and I just haven't looked at the questions yet. And like knowing what the questions are is gonna like know how much time I need to put into it. I've just been like so focused on doing this stuff, which is really bad, you know, prioritizing this over uni work. But I'm also not too stressed about it. It should be pretty chill. My assumption. But I'm assuming, and you know what to say about assuming. Sometimes make an ass out of you and or me. Played Cobblemon all day. Cobblemon, Jesus Christ. Yeah. Funny that everyone moved to Cobblemon. I don't know, Cobblemon. I don't know that, I remember Pixelmon was like the thing. Cobblemon is a much better pun than Pixelmon, though. Okay, we got 2 pieces of gear. None of them were right. Let's go to 15. Number 15. Number 15. Harvest Lord Foot Lettuce. The last thing you'd want in your Harvest Lord killing VOD is somebody else's foot fungus. But it turns out that might be exactly what you get. Okay, well that's that voice line done for hitting number 15. Five? Sorry, I did say that was gonna be my last 5 pebbles. Wait. 5. Interesting. I mean, I don't really know how Cobblemon works. I'm curious how Cobblemon, like, specifically works. Like, what are you doing? Is there, like, a world? Are you fighting rivals? What are you doing with the Pokemon? Do you need to build your own, bank? I remember that being a thing you had to do in Pixelmon. Like, your own, I don't know what it's called. The Poke Bank. I don't know enough about Pokemon. Base Pokemon. It's interesting you're playing Cobblemon, considering from memory you don't have that strong of an opinion of Pokemon anyway. So I wonder what the appeal of Cobblemon is. Maybe it's just because it's also got Minecraft, like you get to build? Question mark? Ah, I see. I mean, yeah. If it's a social thing, then it's always a social thing. Right. Right. Right on. This third strike. And now this guy's gonna be out. Crow laughed again because he had a shield. All the laughter in the world. Okay. Ghoul. Rotted fodder on rotted fodder action. Oh. Although again, one's got a red trim. Oh, the ghoul also doesn't have a cape. Oh no, it does have a cape. It's just less of a pronounced cape. While the rotted fodder has like a much more pronounced cape with a trim on it. But this imp cannot get over the shield. Among Us in 2 years? What people will be saying in Among Us in 2 years? 87. That'd be funnier if it was 20 less, I think. Snow Serpent. Let me check something. I'm going to check something on the internet using my internet sleuthing capabilities. I'm chilling. Fire. What's next? I'm excited for, like, a weekend where I can stream during the day and have theoretical Americans be able to watch, right? Because, like, this is an awful time for viewing, right? It's only Europeans and, APAC people. APACians. But I know Americans grab a lot of the attention and excitement. But obviously I can't do it while construction is interesting. Although it hasn't been as loud in the last couple of weeks, which is good. When Bro was talking to me, he did say that it would get less loud as time went on, which just makes sense. I mean, he's not working on, like, walls and stuff, I imagine, anyway. But still, sometimes it is still loud during the day. Sometimes he is doing stuff. April. It says planned end April 20-something. It could be later. Could be earlier. But it could be later. But April. Just fun. I have lots of fun knowing this. So it's a really fun bit of knowledge. Laughs again before he dies. Room of Antiquities and the Helm of Tales. Well, so on my apartment, it's two on my apartment building. The person who owns two separate apartments are combining them. And as part of combining them, I think they're renovating, like, basically every part of the apartment. So, like, it's kind of as if they're just building two new apartments combined into one, or, like, one mega apartment. When there used to be two different apartments. And it's not as simple as breaking the wall down. I think there's, like, a lot more they're doing, because they're also making it feel as if it was always one big apartment, I think. For example, they broke down the walls between the apartment and, like, the hallway. Right, they did a lot of stuff there as well, and the apartments. How do I put this? Like, if you imagine the complex, or the build or the shape of the area, you know, I think they're also gonna make the hallway bit that used to be a hallway between the two apartments also part of their apartment as well. So there's a lot of work being done on the hallway section, because there's no reason not to. I suppose keep them together. So there's a lot going on. They're renovating a bunch of different spaces. I think they might have had some sort of deal with the apartment next to the mega apartment, because they also had knocked that wall down between their apartments and the apartment next to their apartments that they don't own. They have some sort of deal there. So yeah, there's, like, a lot going on. I get the rotted photo again. Actually, two apartments have gone a mega apartment. Yeah, me too. That would be cool. Okay, myth shield, but luckily not placed on the rotted fodder. Strike. It is. If this guy doesn't myth shield himself, I do get to 3 strikes and his out him, which is, like, very thematically cohesive for the word strike. Feels good. So hopefully he doesn't myth shield himself. Good. He's just gonna hit me with a storm spell, probably a thunder snake. Oh, it's a lightning. It's a lightning bats. Dear God, 142 damage. Not good. Oh. And now I get to hear the Harvest Lord laugh after every time I hit him. Fantastic. Ghoul lit up. It now says I have a second viewer, which is crazy. I wonder who viewer number 2 is. Oh. It could be Scintillatory, as we were talking about earlier. Fire Elf upon my person. That's death. Oh no, yeah, we had done death. Snow Raptor, Snow Serpent. We're very lucky that it's consistent killing the Harvest Lord, knowing that it's 1 out of 101. And that does change how I want to think about the future, right? Because I do need to also like value my own time a little bit. Not like my time is infinite. So there are going to be some things that I'm not going to want to fight and farm for, even though there are so many things that are theoretically farmable. Fire Cat. But since we have Fire Cat, like, Fire Elf is less important, so I don't need to farm Alikane as much as I do want to fight the Harvest Lord, because getting the Storm thing is going to be so useful, I think. Strike? I hope I don't die. There's a chance I die here. They've been pretty good at damage maxing me with Fire Elf and Storm Bats. This fight. Is this one... Well, not anymore. I don't think you can do that much damage in one hit. 5 million crowns to get 5 second chance chest. I think you've got your math wrong there. I think I can get only 2 with that. But maybe that's all I need. If you think it could just be the one right there. Like the one at the top of the chest right now could be the one that has the hat. I don't even know what the hat is called. I think I should know what the hat is called so I can know when I need to get excited. The hat is called... I don't know. Oh, yeah. I need to look on the wiki. I didn't put it on my spreadsheet, the names of these hats. The Harvest Lord. You also quickly get... I mean, if there's no Mana Whisper, I'm gonna use a potion. Also, I don't think I updated the number. I'm gonna update the number. So I don't think I did that between these fights. The name of the hat is called the Elven Storm Hat. No, Elven Storm Cap. I probably could have worked that out. It's actually another guy that drops this hat called Sergeant Skull Splitter, who is also in Triton Avenue. Interesting. So there's a side quest I could do that also has someone who drops the Elven Storm hat. Curious. Harvest Lord. Okay. I'm so glad I did the myth hit on the Harvest Lord. I'm not punished this time. Is Side Quest Boy easier than Harvest Lord? I don't know. I did just close the tab because I don't have enough like monitor space to be able to look at everything. But it might be. Apparently Wizard 101 also has a fandom wiki. I was using the Wizard Central wiki. I think it was better. Okay, we do another strike. Sergeant Spellsplit. He looks basically just as difficult. In as much as he's another boss with 400... Like, he's got 500 health. And he's got a minion, just like this guy. Except he is death, so it's actually going to be harder to ghoul. If I ever want to ghoul him, even though I'm ghouling the minion right now. So no, I don't think it's meaningfully easier. In fact, it might be harder. I mean, there's also a side quest. I think, like, in general, if I can avoid side quests, I should. Although, I think, like, you know, if side quests can give gear or... spells, I'm obviously going to do them. Oh, we went back to one viewer. Just you and me being God. You and me in this world. Scorpion. I don't know if I've seen them cast Scorpion yet. That was cool. That was fun. That was a unique interaction. An hour and 50 minutes in. The red guy kills the yellow guy. The Labour Party destroying Clive Palmer's party. the fizzle on the snow serpent. Whoop, whoop. Okay. How do you know it's Bean God here? Oh my god! Do you really set up this? Oh man. Oh no, never mind. I've misread this. Sorry. I thought you went to YouTube and made an account called BeanGodKiller58 and sent a message that my restream bot, like the thing that restreams things, sent here. No, you just sent a message. BeanGodKiller58. How do you know it's BeanGod here? I hope BeanGodKiller58 doesn't kill BeanGod Ian59. That would be scary. Yeah, but unfortunately, I thought the joke was much funnier than I thought it was. My bad. It's like when you ask someone to guess how much of something, or guess a number, and they guess way above what you're expecting, right? And then it just like completely makes everything in the conversation fall flat because they said a number much too big for the conversation space you're trying to inhibit. Am I dead? No. I think this keeps me alive at like 20 health, maybe more. Yeah, okay. Cool. We're chilling like a villain. And so that should be kill number 18. And all we got are some damn troll skin boots. You're apologizing to me for laughing at a joke I made. Well, I thought you made a different joke. And I was laughing a lot at the joke I thought you made that you did not make. And so I feel apologetic in as much as, you know, I think it's mean to laugh at a joke that you create in your head that's funnier than the joke someone else made, or that you think is funnier than the joke someone else made. I think that's like fucked up. I think if I told a joke to someone and they laughed a lot, and then they said 2 seconds later, "Oh, sorry, I thought you said something way funnier," I think I'd be like, "Yeah, man, come on, I also made a joke. I also tried to contribute to the conversation space in a fun way with levity." But what is this first? Is first founder? I'm curious, like, why subscribing to me gives you something that says first. Are you like a founder of my channel? Do I have to share my... Do I have to give you like shareholder value? Do I have to give you like 10% of my shares of Spids Incorporated? Sure, hope not. I'm not making any money off of this. I founded the Spids WT stream. WT stream. What does WT stand for? Fantastic question. It's unfortunately kind of cringe. Basically, the Spids account was taken, so I can't use Spids. And whenever Spids was taken, I'd always write Spids was taken. And that's too long of text, so I just shortened the was taken to WT. That's what the WT stands for. If I could have Spids, I'd fucking take Spids. I don't want the WT. The WT is like a little... It's like adding numbers to the end of your name to you know, make yourself unique. So I could be Spids59 if I wanted. But I'd rather have the WT that's like very clearly... I don't know, like not something I care about than the numbers which someone might care about. They might care about the numbers they add. That's at least what I'm thinking, but I don't know. It's not great. There's no great solution when you just want to be called Spids and you have to add something. So this is what I did. There are like numerous people who go by Spids on the internet, and it's frustrating because I want to be the only Spids. But you know, Spids is a short enough name that it kind of makes sense that a bunch of people also have Spids, or a bunch of people, like at least some people also have Spids. Ghoul on Rotted Fodder. Get to see some red versus yellow violence. So, the Ghoul has a tie. Does the Rotted Fodder have a tie? I should check that next time. Trying to... Spids Killer 50. Damn it. Uh, how much are your services? Spids Killer 57. Not that not that I would hire you, obviously. Not that I think that killing Spidzes is worthwhile. But just hypothetically, like, is it 57 bucks? How much is it to kill a Spids? Also, the existence of a Spids Killer 57 that a Spids uses to kill other Spidzes is like... If this was a film, you've got to assume that eventually the Spids Killer kills the Spids that's trying to kill the other Spidzes. Right? You would have to assume that. That's just like... That's just movie theory 101. To, you know, bring it back around to 101 again. $203. That was nearly double 101. Alright. Does the internet remember the Legend 20s? I remember the Legend 27. I don't know if the Legend 27 still has, like, meme stock. But I certainly remember the Legend 27. That definitely still has some memory inside of me. There's a lot of random memes I still remember like that. And there's also, like, tons I would have forgotten. But the Legend 27 I still remember. Legend 27 was kind of like created by an advertising agency though, right? You know, I guess, like, the meme part isn't made by the advertising agency, but, like, it was a joke within an ad. I think ad memes I, like, maybe think slightly less of. I think a meme that came from an ad, even if it wasn't intending to become a meme, I think it was, like, it's less cool than a meme that originated from the earth of human creativity. And, I guess ads come from human creativity, but without a monetary incentive. Okay, that's 19 Harvest Lord kills. We're about to get to 20. We got another theme. There's not the hat. The 1 out of 101 hat. I don't know. Instinctively, this is something I should know. I'm sure that I used to know this at some point. Like, what the chance is of getting a 1 out of 101 piece of gear if you do it 101 times. Because it's not 100%, right? But it's not... Is it just 50%? I actually should work this out. Like, what are the chances for each kill that we're actually... Because obviously each kill is giving us a 1 in 101, but, like, it's not reading off the previous thing. It's not like you're actually gaining percentage, and there's not a pain system in this game, or a relieving system anymore. But I sure I used to know those numbers. So, like, if something has a 1 in 101 drop rate, and you roll it 101 times, what's the chance you get it? A universal drop rate calculator and checklist? How many attempts? 101. Drop rate 1. It's 63.76%, and I think that's universal, right? For every, like, if I do something X times and it's got a 1 out of X chance, it's always 63%. From memory, that's a universal claim. And this is just, like, a standard feature of, like, mathematics. It says on this website that I'm just trusting blindly that to have a 50% chance of getting it, I need to do it 69 times. And to have a 99% chance of getting it, I need to do it 458 times. Dear God. That's a fair couple of fucking times. 458. God damn. Okay, so we've done 2 hits, I believe. So here is hit number 3. Mything it up on a myth today afternoon. Ghoul hits this guy. Oh, this guy has a. This guy have a tie? I don't think so. Maybe he does. There's like, if it's a tie, it's a yellow tie. But it's the same color as his shirt, right? Because this guy clearly has a tie and a shirt of different colors. But I think if this guy has a tie and a shirt, they're the same color. This is the elite knowledge you get by doing this fight a million times. No 7. I appreciate you being here for the last 2 hours entertaining me being God. Because, man, if you weren't here... Oh boy, I believe in like trying to make sure I'm always saying something every so often in order to make sure that a theoretical joiner would have something to say or something to glom onto, so I'm not just sitting here, you know, watching the stream. But by Jove, this is, if you weren't here, it may have been tough. So I'm appreciative. I'm appreciative being God. 203 once again. Put a mark down on the 203 count. Fire cat. I know. It's so terrifying. I might have to play Wizard 101 alone. Fizzle, never mind. I didn't do fire sufficiently. Do fire again. Yeah, I agree. I mean, depending on how things go, I think like I might end up justifying to myself that I don't stream all the farming, and that way I can have like YouTube up on the side or something and be engaging with youtube.com or netflix.com while I am endlessly grinding this. It doesn't mean that it's like not provable that I did it properly, but I know myself. Like I guess I'm the only one that I only need to trust myself. There's something to consider. But 1 in 101 is so infrequent. Damn. I'm glad they added that. I didn't know they... Like that must have been a recent-ish thing. That it has the drop rate publicly informed. Please don't kill me, please don't kill me, please don't kill me. They should not kill me because they have a nerf to how much damage they're allowed to do. Fantastic. Alright, that's 20. Congratulations. You've made it to 20. All we got was a tough treasure card. That's tough. Alright. Only 439 to go, or whatever we said. They have a 99% chance of getting it. One more red with. Ah, this sort of... Thing is, we're also going to be storing so much, like, XP that we're going to get, like, a bunch of levels at once. Last time I didn't grind very much. Because grinding... I didn't know there was much to grind for. But now we're gonna have levels be very curious because of this grinding thing, which will be fine. It's just gonna be different to last time, but it's gonna be fine. I think. Trying to make a dome in Minecraft out of glass, way more difficult than I thought it would be. Yeah, I've also tried to make things out of glass before, and it always looks worse than I expect it'll be. But yeah. I mean, I tried to make a greenhouse, and a dome is like a little bit more awkward because it's not like a perfect sphere a lot of the time, right? You want it to be like a little bit more overload. Maybe you do want it to be a perfect sphere. I don't know. Dome out of glass. Should probably play more Minecraft. If I had infinite time, I'd probably play more Minecraft as well. It's a pretty good game. Last thing I was working on was a big furnace. Like a huge furnace. Through bad math, this has ended up overload. Damn. Are you using a website to do the math, or are you just doing it by hand? Because I've tried to make circles by hand most of the time, and it's been always bad every time. But it's way more fun to me than using a website. In head, right? Yeah. Trying to think how I want to like edit this or go through this. My assumption is that all of this fighting is going to be a footnote in whatever the next video is, where I just fight for all of this. Because I'm not gonna. I don't know if I have it in me to go through all this footage and edit it. And I have a thing to like take notes of when when something interesting happens. I forgot to do it for most of the stream, but I've got a note-taking device that like I press a button and it just jots down what time in the stream it is, in order to make it easier to edit. But I didn't do it at the start of the stream because I forgot that I had it. I only remembered I had it like 20 minutes ago. So if there's funny moments from now on, I suppose I can hit the button and get it to work. Maybe I should be hitting the button every time I get a kill. That seems probably a bit wrong. Should probably do it every 10. Yeah, you could do that. You gotta realize that's gonna be... It's really annoying to edit that. Like, you have to cut the right moment where the number goes up, or have a moment where the number is. But yeah, I mean, if I do make a video out of this farming, this section would be relatively short. I doubt it would be particularly long. It's okay. Thanks. Oh, 72 damage. And we're back into Strike Down. Population, the Harvest Lord. It says select font. Can I select a font of my choice? Can I, like, give it my own font? No. Specific fonts that they... Damn. I was hoping to use my own font. Or the font that I use for, like, most thumbnails and stuff, which is from Plants vs. Zombies Heroes. Dude, his laugh is funny every time. Okay. So this is kill number 21. Boots of Obstruction, once again. It was not the one. 21 was not the one. But next time! No, next time we're getting it. I'm gonna hype myself up every time. This time we're gonna get it. Oh, look at our health. Our health is kind of funny. And no longer. Now it's back to being boring. Okay. Just had an idea. Like, if I want to focus on like having something stimulating besides just like communication and like yapping on the stream while I'm farming, I was thinking I could add in another thing like on top of the stream where, I don't know, I draw or play another game. But that sounds like so overly complicated and also overstimulating. That was just a latent thought in my mind. Okay, so that was one myth hit. Go to strike number 2. People do that. People be doing things. People on the internet, they be doing things. Which is great. People doing things is like the heart of human experience, really. But yeah, I mean, I could do that. It feels a little silly. But also, this is silly. Like, everything is silly. All of life is silly. You choose what to not choose to be silly. You choose not to choose to be silly. You choose to decide what you think is too silly to do and what you care about. Yeah, okay, so we've done 2 myth spells, so this should be the 3rd myth spell. That Palmer guy I watch sometimes speedruns getting over it while dead in deadlock. That's kind of fun. And that's something you could do. You could have halfway through the stream, like while I'm doing all this farming, play a game akin to that of Getting Over It. I think what game I would want to do that in, because I haven't played a lot of rage games, such as Getting Over It, which maybe makes Getting Over It like the perfect type of game to do, right? My instinct was to do something like a puzzle game, like not Barbarous You, but like maybe Understand. There's a couple puzzle games I haven't gone through yet that I would want to go through. Maybe Steven Sausage Roll. I haven't really seen much of Steven Sausage Roll. That's Death done. Ice is to follow. More at 6. Snow 7. Boom. I have seen all of Getting Over It, I think. I think I watched a couple of people play Getting Over It. Seems like a cool game. Although I assume a lot of the allure of Getting Over It is lost on you when you know everything that's going to come into future. If you're trying to play it for the, like, you know, you're trying to actually get through it for the first time. I suppose there's, like, still the excitement of having, like, a challenge, like you're getting over a challenge, but there's lots of games that have challenges. The Bat of Blood. I don't know why the Blood Bat has, like, green gunk. Not a green gunk bat. And yet it's, like, inundated with green gunk that it just can't help itself but to vomit all over you. You'd think they'd call it, like, the Vomit Bat or something, or the green gunk bat, but no, the Blood Bat. Okay, so we've got 3 strikes left. Whoop. His laugh, every time, dude. Every time he laughs when I strike him, it is the funniest thing. 280, goddamn. More damage than I was hoping to take. Okay, strike. Get to hear one last hehehe before he dies, and that'll be Harvest Lord kill number 22. Is this the one? Nope, just another charged coat. Plus 1% myth accuracy. So I can go to 101 myth accuracy on my want hit. If you think about it, that's going to get me more likely to hit my 101 chance. I need mana, so let's go back to the commons and get mana from a potion. Whoop. Madam Magda has got the Portal of Peril hanging up right now, which I don't entirely know how the Portal of Peril works. How many Truth Dragons do we speak a day? I'd like to think my dragon per hour is like... Really, like just 1 an hour on dragon per hour? Truth Lizard? Maybe like 1 every 20 minutes. That's my guess. If I was to quantify it. Do you know how many Truth Dragons you speak a day? How many Truth Lizards? I think doing it by hour makes more sense. Do you only speak a Truth Dragon so infrequently? Okay, got myth. Strike this guy. I struck the wrong guy. Hopefully it doesn't bite me in the bum. Has not bit me in the bum just yet. 1 more turn of possible bum bitage. Cat of Fire. Whoa! Cleave Wizard? There are like 2 options for Guy to be struck. How do you mess this up? You have 0-1 jump. It's tough. It's really tough. You've got 3 attacks that deal 50 damage. You have to play 3 of them in a row, and you're not going to hit the guy that has 150 health. And yet it's the wrong play. You're not supposed to hit the guy that has 150 health. It's like, it's genuinely like saying that you're better off putting the semicircle in the square hole. That's how it feels. And yet it's true. So no, my instinct as a rational, mental math capable individual is to put the square in the semicircle and the semicircle hole, which is doing the strikes against the 150 health guy. But no, I've got to put the semicircle in the square hole, and it sucks. I don't like it. How are you doing, Jansport? What's up? I also don't really get how Twitch stats works, because very clearly both Bean God and you are here, and yet it says only one viewer. So I'm sort of doubting something. Maybe it's just that Bean God left, which is very possible. Or maybe Jansport only stayed for like one message. It's curious. You had a nice day? That's good. What did you do today, if I may ask? It's gonna be successful? No, it's not. The viewer number doesn't update live. Curious. Doing Star Wars? What does that mean to you? Ah, a Star Wars game. Okay. That makes much more sense, because I'm pretty sure you don't have access to like spaceships and or the Force and or lightsabers. I know nothing about the new Star Wars IP. I'm sure you know this, Jansport, but I've never seen Star Wars, so I don't know anything about Star Wars other than like Ahsoka and Kylo Ren and Rey. I know the names. The cool stick-sticky lightsaber noises and flailing around. I mean, based. Saber noise. Oh wait, I have just learnt that I can right-click on these crossouts. I don't have to left-click them. Apparently the software works where either click is allowed. That's news to me. You have been struck. That's 23 kills of the Harvest Lot. And just a second, while I'm waiting for the animation. Boom. He's gonna do his funny laugh. I got 2 hats, neither of them were right, and then I got his, like, special treasure card. Yet nonetheless, I still didn't get the damn hat that I want. The Storm Elf cowl. This song is pretty good. I don't mind this song, this new song they added. Is a cowl really a hat? Ugh. What the hell?
You don't know how to
Oh, okay. Sorry. I was like, why did Cyrus Drake message me completely randomly? But no, I went past a silver chest and is making fun of me for not opening the silver chest. Because I don't want to do Shock-a-Lock or whatever. You sent a new message and is a cowl really a hat? As soon as Jansport joins, we're back into categorization. Yeah, I'll say a cowl is a hat. That'll be my position for the rest of my life, sure. As much as I'm against, like, sandwiches and soups and all this sort of food categorization stuff, I'm willing to make hats. I'm willing to be a little bit more broad with clothes. Cyrus Drake in the D. Okay, strike, Harvest Lord. Boom. Back to doing the good stuff. Yep, another shield. Fantastic. That doesn't make too much noise. Chairs moving. This is where I should have text. If I said a cowl is not a hat, what would you say to that? First, fantastic Ryan. Good job. Secondly, I'd be like... I don't know, I'd like passive-aggressively say like agree to disagree, and I'd sort of shoot you with scorn. I think that's what I would do. If you said that a cow was not a hat. I mean, realistically, I think it's like a reasonable position, but that undercuts the joke by admitting that. Dude, all this game is people laughing at each other. The Harvest Lord laughs every time he gets hit. The Imp laughs every time he attacks. A little crazy sauce. That's unfortunate. While I accept that technically most pasta may be soup, I adhere to reality where I can just say spaghetti with ragu because specificity is the joy of language. Yeah, I'm glad that system works for you, and I'm glad that's how you post hoc rationalize your crazy world of saying a statement such as pasta may be soup. But I'm willing to go out of the world, of your world, and say that pasta is in fact just pasta and not in fact anything else, such as soup or a burger. Snow serpent? I'm probably not gonna kill this guy. I'm probably dead to Lord of the Harvest. Oh. X5. Yeah, I'm super dead to the Harvest Lord. Is this gonna kill me already? The 5 pip natural attack? No, but pretty damn close. We've only had one loss, I think, so far. So 1 in what 2 in 25 is not too bad of a rate of death. Okay, strike. Because I have to do 4 strikes without him hitting me once. That seems unlikely. For example, right now. Oop. Okay. I think in this spot, just use a potion. Just how long have you argued about the soupiness of pasta in your life? I'd say 1 in every 12 Janspot interactions involves categorizing foods as either soups or salads or whatever the frick his bloody binary is. It's not soups or salads, it's like soups and tacos? I don't remember what it is. So there's like a little... I haven't spent that much time, I suppose, arguing about the soupiness of pasta, but I've certainly had to spend enough of my life dealing with bloody, you know, matrices of food categorization because of Jansport and others. People love categorizing food. It's like people's favorite pastime of thinking, oh, is a hamburger a taco? What is a sandwich? And I'm starkly on the side of foods are just the foods they're named and not other foods that we want to create like grand arbitrary categories for. Like, I don't think everything is either I don't think something's a sandwich just because you want to like reduce what a sandwich is into like just layers of one thing and layer of another thing put between them. I think that's 6-7. I just don't think that's how I view the world. But then Janspot will come around and be like, oh yeah, pasta's a soup because it's in a bowl and has like liquid. I'm putting words in Janspot's mouth, of course. I'm sure he says it ever so slightly differently than that. Then what is a sandwich? Janspot. This is what we're doing today. 2.5 hours of the same fight of Wizard 101 that I also fucked up because he did the myth shield and I put it on the wrong enemy. I put the attack on the wrong enemy. I can't give you the platonic soup. A sandwich is... God. Yeah, it's like bread with something in it. Yeah, I know. That's what, like, a roll is. It's a bread with something in it where, like, the bread is, like, relatively... It's like this shaped. And I just mean this shaped in terms of, like, a certain amount of height and, like, very wide. And then it doesn't like curve very much, this bread, in terms of below like a straight line that exists above the product of the inside of the thing. How am I going to delineate it from a burger? Sorry. Oh, you've done 2 myth spells. We're up to death, right? We're doing. Well, what? A burger typically defined by the patty, I suppose. So a sandwich, like, things are going to have inclusive elements and exclusive elements, right? So you're defining something in both by what it is and what it isn't in some ways. So part of being a sandwich is not being a burger, for example. And a burger can be defined through patty, through thickness of the ingredients, through presentation. Then there's like social-cultural elements, right, which kind of gets through. A sandwich is a vibe. Okay. I respect people a little bit who enjoy the food categorization games. I can respect it a little bit. That's the end of that sentence. I have nothing more to add. It's the end of that sentence. Fire cat. Boom. Another ice shield. Good thing it was after my ice hit. A cat of fire is gonna laugh. Does he not laugh? Did he not laugh at the fire cat? Does he only laugh at myth hits? If I, being God Ian, decree a sandwich to be a sandwich, then it is a sandwich. Surely you only have powers over bean sandwiches. What gives you the right to talk about things outside of your bean discipline? He just laughed again. Like, if you were called Sandwich God, maybe I'd accept that your decree has, like, weight. But if it's just Bean God... I mean... I'm broadening disciplines to sandwiches as well. Taking a breadth subject of sandwich... I don't know... typology. Am I dead? Are you gonna kill me? This guy's probably gonna kill me next turn, isn't he? The turn before I heal. He's gonna do his natural attack, it's gonna do 225 damage or something, and it's gonna ruin me. Thinking of renaming myself to Bean and Sandwich God Ian 59. Oh god, he actually is gonna kill me, isn't he? 350, god damn it. And it's all because I switched my attacks. That was on me. Like, that didn't need to happen. If I just focused, if I just locked in a little bit more and didn't try and put the square in the square hole, and in fact put the semicircle in the square hole, I would have been fine. Disappointing. Hello. Go back. Here's a problem, I've just turned my life into turning all things into games. It's a problem. Surely you could turn remedying that into yet another game. If all you're doing is turning things into games, that sounds like everything would be solved. Because you can just turn any problem you have, even the problem of turning things into games. It must be why you're such a good gamer, Jansport. The infinite gaming loop. I'm sure you're familiar, Jansport, of like the famous question, would you rather have infinite, what is it? Infinite games but no bacon, or infinite bacon but no bacon, or whatever it is. Infinite games but no games. I already fucked it up. I had one joke, which is just remember 2 lines, and I already got it wrong. It happens a lot. Dude, there's a sentence I can never say right, which is the bloody, it's quicker to reload to your second... Fuck! It's quicker to change to your secondary weapon than reload your first. Every time I try and say that, I fail. I've never said that correctly, and like, for the first time. And it's frustrating, because it's such a good thing to refer to. It's such, like, a great touchstone point for making, like, a bit by replacing some of the words, and I can never say it right. And that's something that haunts me. I get haunted by it. Must be a bad saying, and therefore untrue. That's like 2 crazy leaps in logic, if it cannot be said correctly. No, everyone else can say it correctly, though. I think it must not be true for me. It must be easier for me, purely, exclusively, to stay on my primary weapon than to change to my secondary. We have to ghoul the rotting fodder. The rotted fodder. Sorry, I don't want to say rotting fodder. I don't want to besmirch the good name of the rotted fodder. Lightning bats once again. That's not good. That might mean I end up taking too much damage. It's so satisfying to me that I finally got the robot to work, where messages sent on Twitch get sent to YouTube and vice versa. That's really satisfying, even though no one joins on the YouTube, except like Sleepy Panda very infrequently. I'm just glad I got that to work, because that was giving me a lot of frustration that I couldn't get that to work properly. Okay, Ghoul was cast, we're onto Snow Serpent on the Boss Man. I'm gonna play Bloodbat, featuring only Puke. We get to Snow Serpent him. Me crossing this off. We are only doing it at basically a rate of 1 kill every 10 minutes. If you add in like the 3 or 4 losses we've had now at this point. It's kind of sad. Because if we're saying that it takes 452 to guarantee, that's 4,250 minutes. That's a lot of... Is that true? Did I just make that up? Yeah, no, that's true. That's like a lot of minutes. Featuring only Puke is for sure something I've read on the Sludge Metal album. That sounds based. Sludge Metal is not something I've heard before, and that's a fantastic adjective to describe anything. Am I gonna be dead? Can he deal... He's gonna deal 86 damage, isn't he? I'm gonna be deceased. Long gone am I to be. No, he passed. Fantastic. Were it only that easy, you know? Okay, that's 24 Harvest Lord kills. And I just got another damn Peridot started a theme. Alright. Oop. Oop. All I need is another. Continue. Whoa, the microphone was not picking that up, which is interesting. Or at least it was claiming it wasn't picking it up. Perhaps it was in a bit of a lying competition and trying to win the lying competition. Interesting that the red wisps around this building give more health than the red wisps outside of it. Very curious. The new thing about metal subgenres is that they are fully accurate descriptors. So does it just sound like wet and like squelchy if it's called sludge metal? Sludge metal. It's... Looking it up, it's an extreme subgenre. It's not a subgenre for the faint of heart. Strike the Harvest Lord, thanks. Yeah, it's slower, stickier, less staccato. Okay. Every like week, I'll hang out with my dad. And every time I hang out with him, we talk about music, and I feel bad because I barely listen to any new music. Like I don't check out new albums much anymore, which feels bad because like listening to music is like very fun. But the only new song I've heard in like a month is Goodbye Tonight by Wings. That's like the only new song I've heard. And I don't know. I feel like I should listen to more music. Goodbye Tonight's a great song. Like I do like Goodbye Tonight. That's what it's called, right? Goodbye Tonight? Question mark? I didn't get the name wrong there. Good Night Tonight. Good Night Tonight. Good, because Goodbye Tonight sounded very wrong. Like that doesn't make any sense. But Good Night Tonight? That makes perfect sense. Good song. But it's the only new song I've heard in like weeks. I think I mentioned this to Bean God, and I suppose it's worth mentioning to you, Jansport, as well. 2 weeks ago, when I was hanging out with my dad, he has like a proper sound system, which is fantastic. And he's got a sound system that works with Dolby Atmos, like the 5.1 thing. Like he's got speakers behind him and he's got speakers around him such that like things that are wired to work well with that he can listen to. And we listened to Dark Side of the Moon with it, and it sounded incredible. It sounded really, really good like that. That was a very, very fun experience. We also listened to a bunch of Wings tracks. That's where I heard Good Night Tonight. Like I heard Good Night Tonight through the same system. As well as, you know, all the other good Wings songs, like, I don't know, 1985. I think we may have listened to Jet. I'm sure we listened to other songs from Back to the Egg. Junior's Farm, obviously, stuff like this. But, yeah, that was good. And we also listened to, there was a Church album that was also released in Dolby Atmos 5.1. They released... It was the album with Maya and Appalachia on it, and that was released on that. So we listened to that as well. And I love the Church, right? The Church is fantastic. So that was good fun. That was a great time. But obviously the best of all of those was still Dark Side of the Moon. Listening to that in Dolby 5.1 was great. I'll be sure investing in a good Dolby Atmos system when I get my own place. I hope you're willing to invite me over so I could listen to some things on it, because it sounds good. How much have you heard in a like a really good sound system like that? Because most of the time when I listen to stuff, I'm just using like headphones, right? I don't even have like that nice of speakers or anything. Let alone something that like sort of goes over your whole body and has like proper surround sound and stuff. Not enough, never enough. Okay, so that's Harvest Lord kill number 25. Fantastic. Ritual of Theme and Windrunners. We already have had both of them. What it's worth, Janspot. We checked the rates because they tell you the rates. The thing I'm trying to get that gives me a funny hat is 1 in 101, which is very funny based on the name of the game, obviously. But we're trying to get a 1 in 101 drop, which is rather rare. Quite a lot. I've played bass since I was 13 and have several close friends who are all super music nerds. I mean, based. I will say, I think it's a little more normal, possibly, for people older than, you know, Bean God and I, to have more sound system setups, I think. That's just what my dad was saying. It's just like, it's very much like an old person. It's more of a thing that old people might have. Older people. I don't know how true that is. But that's what he says. It's not like the most reliable narrator. Yeah, I mean, that's what he was claiming. I think it's mostly just that, like, you associate a sound system with like a CD player, a record player, or a TV, and like as time has gone on, those have been less purchased, right? Yes, geriatrics love our sounds. I mean, I did nearly scream when I heard you watched Iron Lung off a laptop. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I mean, there was nowhere really else to watch it. We don't have like a... We don't have a TV, so I'm not going to watch it on a TV that I don't own. And then I wanted to be comfy in my bed, so I watched it on a laptop. I don't want to sit, because we don't have nice chairs, right? So it's not like it's like that comfortable sitting in front of like a desk or like a couch or something. So yeah, no, we did do it in front of the laptop. Geriatrics. That's it. Get another fire serpent. Yep, that was 10 seconds of dead air. Northern Lions in my brain. That was 3 myth, so we're back to Ghoul, Rotted Fodder. And my girlfriend will happily listen to stuff on her awful phone or laptop speakers. I can't listen to things through a phone speaker, like, and feel happy about myself. That is a limit that I do have. It it does sound really bad. Okay, so Ghoul was successful. We move to Snow 7. Not to... Sorry, isn't your girlfriend's dad a sound engineer? I'm right in remembering this, right? Your girlfriend's father is a sound engineer? There's something funny about that. Surely he could hook her up with, like, sound equipment. Or have at least sound equipment inside of the domicile. You've got to bait chat into saying something absurd so you can rant about how myopic and ridiculous they are. But probably true. I mean, I'm not great at, like, engagement farming or clip farming. He has an extremely good sound system in their house. Oh no. That is funny. Alright, this is kill number 26. But it's often about like the 15 seconds to connect things to Bluetooth. Ah, the insanity. 15 seconds. Robe of the Lifeblood? That's not what I wanted. I finally gotten into Bluetooth recently. It took me a long time to get over my hurdle of not wanting to Bluetooth, where I wanted everything to be wired. Now I've got like multiple Bluetooth devices that I use frequently, which took me a while to get used to. I still feel weird about it. Like, what if something goes wrong? But I'm used to now the Bluetooth, as it were. My good friend recently moved in with his lady love, and it was only then she realized there's all these other sounds and songs besides what you hear out of an Android. That is funny. There is I did hear a lot that I had not heard before when listening to the Wing songs in the Dolby 5.1. Like, I actually heard a lot that I had never heard before. I think Dolby 5.1 is like a little... Like, I think that makes sense for not being able to hear things. But there were things in some Wing songs that I'd never heard. I don't remember any clear examples right now. But I did remember having that experience. Maybe in Getting Closer. But I don't fully recall. But that is funny. We gotta clear this. Harvest Lord. When I got the $500 pair of headphones that I currently use, I realized a lot of the YouTube versions of songs I listen to are really low fidelity. I haven't had that experience too much, but also I don't have $500 headphones. I've only got like these and like a thing of Raycons. So I guess I haven't gone like that high up. But he's a bit younger than I, and she a bit younger than he, so phone audio might just be a generational issue. Maybe. But like, surely these people, especially in the United States of America, have been in a car. And, you know, car audio isn't great, but it's like, it's so much better than out of an Android. Or out of a handheld electronic telecommunications device. So surely these people would have known that music can feel more full than the tinniness and the sort of awkwardness of a handheld electronic device's speaker. Myth Shield. And now we ghoul the Rod of Fodder. Maybe not. Maybe my dad just has like a car that has just like good speakers in it. Maybe car speakers are really bad. But I don't drive and I don't exist in many cars. I don't test the quality of sound in them very frequently. 101. Holy 101 reference. Snow Serpent. Whoop. That hits the 5. Another imp. They can be good. It's like top priority for my mother that her vehicle have good sound. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm trying to be like, there's like a devil inside me that's like, surely top priority is that it can drive. But I know what you're saying. Okay, strike. Am I the only one here looking forward for when the forecast ice spill? I can't believe I read that so wrong. Am I the only one here looking for the 4-pip ice spill to pop up? I have thought about that basically every time Snow Serpent has been on the screen, that eventually Ice Wyvern will go on the screen and we'll all be able to celebrate the grandioseness of the Ice Wyvern. Airbags, not that important. Stereo is where it's at. There's gotta be a guy who's taken out the airbags out of his car and replaced them with speakers. That's gotta be a thing that an individual has done on Ambrose's Green Earth. Okay, final strike. This will be Harvest Lord kill number 27. Whoop. He's gonna laugh. And then Gummy Firecat, Soot-Stained Tunic, and a Time of Legend. Doesn't feel particularly legendary to me. $300, and then I can just go back in. Easy peasy sauce with a side of nothing burger. Dude, sorry, on the topic of sauce and burgers. Jansport, when you eat pizza, do you dip your pizza in a dip? That is crazy that I know at least some Americans do that. That they get a pizza and they dip it inside of liquid. I've probably asked you this before, haven't I? I've probably already asked you this and made fun of you if you do and was making fun of others with you if you don't. Because I still find that crazy. I find that crazy that when I was in the States and a group of individuals got a pizza, they brought ranch with them so they could dip the pizza in the ranch. Oh, thank God. Yes, I'm glad. I'm glad on this side of allegiance we're in agreement. I do not dip. I know a few dippers and they are barbarous sorts. Fantastic. On one hand, I know I'm supposed to respect other people's cultures, and I know that cultural relativism has some good arguments. On the other side, I can't... It's really hard for me to ideologically respect the dipping of pizza. Dipping a pizza into something. That's just like... That's gotta be wrong, man. That being said, I did try it. Because obviously you try it, right? You try it when you're in the States, and you're messing around with things. And no, it didn't really improve it. In the States, I think there were a couple of things that I did have with ranch, though. I don't remember what ranch tastes like. I don't know how people remember tastes like ranch. But I think there are a couple of things that I did, in fact, ranch up. And apparently ranch is like gonna supersede like ketchup and mayo de noche at some point. Just kind of interesting. And the ghoul on the running photo. The most insane dip I've witnessed firsthand though. Someone I knew from the arcade days would dip their chicken tenders into their Coca-Cola. What the fuck? I wonder what the craziest thing I've done is. I've certainly tried things. As a kid, and you know, you're a kid, you're experimenting things, you're trying out how the world is experienced if you do different things. I definitely have tried putting like chips in Sprite and stuff like this. Like, I'm certain I've tried Sprite as a dip multiple times, because as a kid, my go-to drink of choice, if I was allowed something better than water, would have been Sprite. And so I'd certainly tried that. I wouldn't do it nowadays, because it doesn't sound very good. But yeah. I mean, I don't like Coca-Cola, so like it sounds worse to me because I already know I don't like Coca-Cola. But even just like any sort of soft drink, it just doesn't sound particularly appetizing. Trying something and habituating it are so different. I am in full concurrence. Yeah. I'm sure I do things weird, food-wise, habitually. But I don't know what they are. And right now I think of myself as someone who doesn't do anything weird. This Harvest Lord's probably going to kill me here, I imagine. I still need to play 3 spells. And then he laughs. It's just 2 laughing. 2 different characters laughing all the time. The Imp or the Harvest Lord. Okay, so I have to hope he fizzles his next attack, because otherwise I'm just dead. Oh. That's maybe the greatest sound line in the game. Maybe that's what I make my sub alert. The Harvest Lord going, heh. By the way, he didn't fizzle, he didn't even attack. That's cinema. 28 kills, let's go. Okay, we got a chocolate strawberry, another charged coat, and a Wizard City Haunted theme. Get more nothing burgers. Okay. I'm gonna just use a potion here, because I need both refilled. Enter Galvanos Tower. Oh, I know something that I do that I think a lot of people don't like. I think I'm the only person in my like current. I don't know why I started that way. I'll just tell you what it is. I eat the tails of prawn when they're around. Like, I eat prawn all the time. Like, prawn is like one of my favorite things to eat, right? And you know, if I have prawn, I'll basically always eat the tail. It's very infrequently that I won't eat the tail. And if it's prawn that still has the head, I'll often eat the head as well. I know that's a thing that a lot of people don't like. They find the tail's texture to be, like, bad. I don't know. They just don't like it. But I don't know. I always grew up eating the tail. So I ate the tail of prawn. What the fuck? Did you not know this? Yeah, so, like, I get fish and chips with my dad anytime I go see my dad, right? And I always eat the tail. Like, we get fish and chips, so I get some prawn. And, I eat the tail. Yeah, I mean, the head is, like, I don't know. There's, like, good parts of the head. I'm not gonna say I should eat the head. I think, like, if I have a limited amount of things I can eat, I won't eat the head, right? Maybe I'll be full. But if there's head, I'll bite. But the tail is just, like, good and fun. I don't know, I do like the tail. But that's probably, like, I'm trying to think, that's probably the weirdest food thing that I do. It's gotta be the tail eating. I kinda hate prawn as it is. It's a creature and you're crunching into a dead creature's head and you can see it and it's there. There was a brain in there, I think. Yeah, I mean... I suppose what you're saying is you can see the whole creature. You can't, like, distance yourself from the rib of a cow, right? Or the, like, stuff like this, right? When the whole creature is in front of you, you can see it in its entirety, so it feels more real. I think, like... it doesn't bother me as much. Maybe it should, right? Like, I read Moral Ambition recently, and in Moral Ambition, the final chapter is basically about veganism. And, like, I think about veganism a lot, and that it's, you know, there's parts of which to a large extent, I believe it to be like a morally acceptable, or like a morally desirable position to take. I think there's like, you know, I'm definitely part of the group that thinks that like me going vegan is not going to influence like factory farms from actually factory farming just because I'm a small person in a big country. So, but if I had a platform, then I should platform veganism, right? Like if I could actually augment these numbers, I should do so. I do believe in that. But you know, currently I'm not a vegan. Maybe I ought to be. But when as it pertains to the prawn, I'll eat the prawn. I'll eat the whole prawn, and I won't feel too bad about it. Maybe I should. Moral Ambition was an interesting book. Of the two Bregman books I've read, it's my least favorite of the two. But it was like an interesting book. There's definitely interesting positions presented, and I sort of like the way the argument is presented in Moral Ambition. And the last chapter is like kind of about veganism, but they're just using veganism as a case study, really. Okay, strike this guy. I've got 3 turns to kill this guy. Because this is not going to do enough damage. Potentially thinking of going vegetarian when I'm out on my own. I mean, yeah, based. Vegans downplaying the life cost of harvesting enough non-meat protein to subsist a population in real time. Part of Moral Ambition is that, like the book, is that like one of the things that if you have moral ambition, right, the claim is about people should have moral ambition and it defines what moral ambition is, should be like really encouraging research into synthesis of plant-based remedies to these issues, right? Like, you know, plant-grown sheep, plant-grown cow, right? Stuff like this, or lab-grown versions of this stuff. In order to solve the issue that is factory farming and the way that we treat animals and stuff, which makes a lot of sense, and that's how he frames veganism through the book. Okay, that was kill number 29. All we got were some windrunners. I think it makes sense to go vegetarian, especially if you're out on your own and you have more control over that kind of stuff, and you're not having to feed others or work out meal plans with other people around. There's a guy at Netrunner Locals who is vegetarian, and I do respect him a lot for, like, you know, we were in Sydney playing Netrunner games, and he had to, like, go to a different place everyone else because he was trying to find, like, a vegetarian restaurant that he could go to. Vegetarianism is, like, a good thing to do if you can do it. And I suppose we all can do it. Okay. Kill number 30. Put a strike on a harvest lord. As we've tried to do the last 23 or 33 times. And he laughs every time. Dude, the harvest lord's laugh is so funny. I do wonder when, on like a long scale, will our treatment of animals be like the main political talking point, right? Because like currently the main political talking points when it comes to like moral issues are like, you know, trans people or immigrants, right? Those are like the two moral things that exist in the political space. Eventually, assuming humans don't die in the next 100 or 200 years due to, I don't know, climate change and or nuclear weaponry, at some point, like, animal liberation is going to be part of the political argumentative sphere. I hope to be around when that happens, because I'm really curious just to, like, exist in that space, and just see what arguments are made and how the world gets built around this as, like, a political centerpiece. Because it's got to happen at some point. I mean, it might happen at some point. I guess it doesn't, because there's so many things that could happen to humanity before an event like that might be the most salient thing. At a very small scale, but, like, it's not the main talking point of, like, social issue in politics, right? It does not push the lever very much on, like, seats in a democratically elected parliament or stuff like this, right? or why a PM might be elected versus not. But it does exist on a small scale, sure. And you can see like the beginnings of what the arguments will be. But you know, most moral-based issues are trans or abortion or immigration. And arguably, like, every economic issue is a moral issue, arguably. I don't think they're presented that way. I don't think people inculcate them that way, but that's kind of what they are, right? If you just, like, use your thinking cap and you think about the consequences of actions. So, yeah. Dun, 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 dun. Strike. One more strike and we get our 30th kill. After we get sludged on by a blood bat. Did I say skrank? I don't think I said skrank. Did I say skrank? I say skrank all the time, but I'm pretty sure I haven't said skrank on stream just yet. I don't think I said skrank, but I might have. Okay, so that was 30 kills. 30. Alright. What did we say? It was, to have a 50% chance to have the item dropped, it was... Let me find the tab. A 30% chance... A 50% chance is 69 games. 50% was 69. So we're not even, like, halfway to 50%. Although we might be at 25%. No. That's not how that would work. Surely not. I mean, how much is it to get to 25%? 30. Actually, 30 is basically 25%. It's 26%. So we had about a 1 in 4 chance of getting it this far. I'm not gonna be able to farm Alacane's Fifth Arrow in this stream. Okay, Harvest Lord. Struck once. Dude, his laugh. I know I've mentioned it a million times, but every time it gets me. It's such like a short and sniveling laugh that also like expresses the joy of getting hit with a 50 damage myth spell so perfectly. It's such a great sound effect. And it's also the only thing I get to listen to. It probably is 101 for Alacane. Dude. I feel like I'm locked in a room. A rubber room. Just listening to this damn laugh that the Harvest Lord has. I mean, it's not normal for people for 3 hours to listen to the same 51.ogg files. 6-7. Oh, dude. Oh, I'm cooked. Okay, so that is laugh. That's 3 myths done. You get to ghoul up the rotted fodder. I mean, surely we do that when we play Wiz. But we just listen to the same sound effects. Slightly different. Most of the enemies have different sound effects. But, like, it's kind of true. We are just sitting there for hours listening to that. But also, I'm not listening to you guys speak when I'm streaming, right? This is the only audio I'm listening to. When we're in a voice chat playing Wiz and going through Chrysalis, we're at least talking to each other. The only audio I'm listening to is the Harvest Lord's and the ghouls. I did start reading If on a Winter's Night a Traveler. I have gotten through the first chapter of If on a Winter's Night a Traveler. Specifically, I've gone through what I believe is the first chapter of, like, plot. Because my understanding is that the book is split into plot and not plot. and each chapter there's a chapter of plot and there's a chapter of a non-plot. And calling it plot is like already wrong, right? Because the book isn't a really like the whole book is sort of making fun of things like plot. So why did I want to read it? Great question. I had just finished a book and I had no other book that I wanted to read. So I thought I should pick a book to read. And then I chose If on a Winter's Night a Traveler because our mutual friend really likes If on a Winter's Night a Traveler. And so I may as well read a book that is one of my friend's favorite books, right? If I have no other book that I want to read. So I did start reading If on a Winter's Night a Traveler. It is much harder to read than everything I've been reading in the last year. But it's been very interesting. I do like it. I do like If on a Winter's Night a Traveler. I found it to be a pleasurable experience to read through. Although, many a time I've been reading through it, I've been like, I should probably be reading this in Italian. Because I'm curious about the word choices. Especially with the amount that he uses I and talks about I, at least at the start. I'm curious, like, if in all of his verbs, if he's using io or not. You mean you're reading the you're reading the If on a Winter's Night a Traveler chapter, right? I guess I've read 2 chapters then. I have read the one that is about picking up the book in a store and doing all that stuff. And then I have read about the guy having a briefcase in a bar trying to meet someone. Okay, that's 31 kills. Alright, I just got an amulet, and I don't know what the amulet is. What is this amulet that just got dropped? Ah, I have the Fire Elf amulet. Fantastic. That chapter is so iconic. Yeah. I mean, a lot of this book feels like it would be iconic. I've enjoyed it thus far. I think it's an interesting read. I do wish I was reading it in Italian. But the version I'm using is not an Italian version. And there are things I'd be curious about, like language-wise, if it were in Italian, what it would be saying. It's also a hard book to read. I don't know. Like, in most books that I've been reading, which are just non-fiction books, I've been able to, like, skip over... Like, I can read, like, a page, and I don't have to make sure I'm reading every single word perfectly and, like, totally inculcating every word perfectly, as long as I understand basically what's being said. But this book is so, like, dense in its, I didn't want to get into this fight. I'll quit. I don't know. Like, I need to make sure I'm reading a sentence, because the whole book is in run-on sentences. Yes, I know, Gamma. The whole book is in run-on sentences. The whole book is, like, very... The fact that a sentence exists is, like, part of the theme of the book. Like, each given sentence contributes to the, like, meta story of the fact that the book is talking about itself constantly. Just a very overwhelming read. So, yeah. It's not an easy book to read, I don't think. If on a Winter's Night a Traveler. But it's very... I don't know, it's been good. I've only read a little bit of it, though. So I'm curious to see what it's like in future. It's also very riveting. There are parts of it that, like... I found that to be the case as well. I liked Invisible Kitties more. Interesting. I don't... There are parts of it when reading... You did not. But unlike my nemesis Proust, or Proust, I forget if it's Proust or Proust, it being hard to read is required for its purpose. Sorry, there's like 3 nested statements in here that I have to, like, individually think about and respond to. I didn't know you hated Proust. That's funny. And I also didn't know that you thought that Proust did not need to be hard to read in order for it to be what it is. But yes, it being hard to read is sort of required for its purpose. Yeah. I was gonna say something I already forgot. Oh well. Things exist in one space and exit the other. We've played 2 myth spells, so we play a 3rd myth spell. Storm Fizzle. We can ghoul the Rotted Fodder. Ghoul. Oh. Da -da -da -da. I don't remember what I wanted to say about If on a Winter's Night a Traveler. Oh, I don't... There are parts of it that I find interesting, because, like, you know, the initial prose is about, you know, you bought this book in the store, you took it home with you, you existed in this space. I find it very interesting. But, I think there's a sense in which, you know, a lot of the book is, what the book is doing is it's playing on tropes you would exist in fiction, right? So, like, the way he talks about what you're expecting to occur in the, in, like, the train scene, or the section around the bar. And it's doing this weird thing where it's, like, it's expressing things as if you would expect certain things. But in doing so, it's also telling you them, if you weren't actually expecting them, what one in your position might have been to expect. Which is, I don't know. I don't know why I think that's interesting, but, like, there's the sense in which either it's working on a sense where it's exactly depicting a true thing, or it's superimposing that true thing onto, or it's telling you what that thing could be so you could superimpose yourself into that position where it would have been true. That was, like, a very complicated way of saying it, but I thought that was very interesting, and I found that fascinating constantly about reading the book. There's not a lot of things I would expect, because I don't read a lot of fiction. Like, this is the first fiction book I have read since high school. Like, I don't know, like A Midsummer's Night Dream. Actually, I wonder what the last fiction book I've read is. I guess, technically, the last fiction book I've read would be, like, book 6 of the Aeneid, or whatever we did for Latin. That's probably the last fiction book I've read. No, I read a chapter of Invisible Kitties for class. So I guess it's the chapter of Invisible Kitties that I would have read. Nonetheless. I haven't read a lot of fiction. I mostly have read non-fiction in this last year. But I'm glad I'm reading again, right? For 10 years of my life, I was basically, like, not reading outside of, like, mandatory reading for class. And now I'm back into being a reading maxer. Hold on. No, it's captivating because it's very much from a true place. I did a lot of study on how the process of reading... and it nails it. I trust you. I mean, I'm still at the start of the book, and I don't really know how to... We got another kill. I don't really know how to think about the way the book works, and how I should relate both to what the book is saying outside of me as an observer, and how much that... For a book that's a lot about theoretical observers engaging with a piece of art, there's part of me that wants to be accessing it in a relational way, like making sure it's about me. Thank you, Major Wolf, for the raid of 8 viewers. Wolf raid. I appreciate it. We're currently playing Wizard 101 and doing a little challenge, but in chat we're also talking about a book, If on a Winter's Night a Traveler by Italo Calvino. But I appreciate the raid. I've never been raided before, so I'm very, very thankful. I have no idea if Major Wolf is from Wizard 101 or not, or if it's just if you're from anything else. But I'm appreciative. Thank you very much. I'll respond to you, Janspot, about If on a Winter's Night a Traveler still. I don't know how much to superimpose my own, like, self into a book that's about the self, right? It's about how one approaches a book, what, like, things you would expect from a book. And because I don't read as much fiction, I don't know what things to expect and think about. I don't know. But I do think that in future I'll be able to superimpose how much relationality I should have to it with myself, and how much like I should just accept the book as a piece of art on its own without trying to be relational in how I'm approaching it. But I don't know. I think like an argument that I've heard from a friend of mine is that like relatability in art, or positing how much you relate to a piece of art as like part of your engagement with it and how much you think about it, is like a curse or like a bad thing societally. And I've been thinking about that a little bit as I've been reading If on a Winter's Night a Traveler, which this same person also has as one of their favorite books. And I'm curious if these things are even interrelated, like these opinions that this person shares. I should learn how to set up reading, because that's not something I've figured out how to do just yet. I've got to do this myth attack. I'm sure it's really easy. I'm sure I just click a button on Twitch, but I don't know where the button is, and I don't know how I would organize it. Nor how much value it has if it's just like 3 or 4 people watching. Need to read my Cob Lemon Silent stream. I didn't know you could play the Silent in Cob Lemon. I assumed it was only Pokemon. Apparently it's also Slay the Spire. Oh, Jansport. Prism's Slay the Spire tournament started. Specifically, it didn't start, actually. Just, like, before the first round, we're doing, like, a pre-round to determine who qualifies for a bye and who doesn't qualify for a bye, because the amount of people playing is a non-power of 2. Like, 2 to the power of X, sorry. And my run was really bad. It was horrendously bad, my run. And when the round is over, I'll show you the video of how bad it was, because it is... I recorded half of it, obviously starting on, like, floor 3. It is not a good... It's not a good run. Oh, we've got to mark ice off. Interesting. There's things I wish I could do. Oh, here we are. This seems to work. Okay, no, Major Wolf is a Wizard 101 streamer. I figured out how to learn who Major Wolf is through the robot that I'm using. And Major Wolf is a Wizard 101 streamer, which is fantastic. That means I was getting it through Wizard 101, so they will know vaguely what this game is about. You got fire there? They may be, but I kind of think people should be better at distance and objectivity with media. But also can't help but kind of respect people who are just like, I just read this as a child, and thus today, even as an adult, I'm fond of it, because fundamentally media is something one experiences. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of like... Look, not in those words, and not in that frame point, but a similar ilk is what I was thinking of a little bit, where, like... I think that engaging with media, describing how one ought to engage with media is like exceedingly complicated in my mind, because there's a lot of how much should you place in the value of authorial intent, how much should you place in the value of your own perspective as if you were like equally as important as the author or not, which is kind of what this argument is making, and stuff like this. And I don't... At the end of the day, all of these are valuable and all of these are unvaluable, and we have to deconstruct, like, what is the point of experiencing media? Is it to learn something new about someone who is not yourself? Is it to learn more about yourself? Is it all? Is it neither? And all of these inform how one should approach the process of engagement. And I don't have answers to these. I don't have answers to the questions like this of what not to do. Helm of Tails is not what we're looking for. So we've got 33 kills out of... what, 450 whatever, in order to have a 99% chance. 300. I also have this sense, though, that, like, I can't help but respect people who are like, I watch this and I'm fond of it. But I think my instinct, and I haven't thought this through very much, so I might say something, like, really silly. My instinct is to say that, for me, what I think one should get out of experiences with media, or even just experiences in general, is a I don't know, a new I don't know, like something new, like something new in the world, a new thought, a new approach, just contributing to the knowledge base of humanity, even through just your own experiences, even if you're not going to espouse it later. And whether you do so through purely relying on authorial intent and getting yourself out of the world, or just relying even exclusive, like not even on authorial intent, just leaving the text existing on there, I don't know what you're going to get out of that, or using yourself. I think like if I believe that the value of engaging with media is just is having new things exist in the world, like in your own mind, and contributing to the possible knowledge base of humanity, then both are valid. Although you've got to be wary that you want to at least have yourself given the capacity to accept one or the other, right? You don't want to be only relying on your own experiences and never being able to think about authorial intent, or vice versa. But I haven't really thought that through. I don't really know if I think one is more important than the other. So often our experiences of media is tied to the circumstance in which we experience it. It's very difficult to remove ourselves from that. Hello, people who listen to music while reading fiction people. Yes. I mean, yeah, that does relate to it, because I love listening to music while reading non-fiction. But part of that is because I love it giving me the vibe. I want it to give me a vibe that I can associate with the piece of media that I'm consuming. And I have been listening to music when I've been reading If on a Winter's Night a Traveler, and that's made the experience generally more enjoyable. Ghoul on the rotted fodder, as opposed to the rotting fodder. And boop. That's death done. I mean, it's funny to have this conversation, especially with what Jansport said about, like, I watched / read this as a child, even today as an adult, I am fond of it. As I'm playing a game that I experienced as a child, and as an adult, I am still fond of. And that is why I am here doing this, because I'm fond of it. Yeah, but I saw The Prestige at the worst, most awkward dinner party on this earth, and I still think it's a tremendous film. The Prestige is a tremendous film. I'm so curious to know what this awful dinner party was. Was it just like... How could a dinner party be that bad while you're still watching a film? Is it everyone was talking over the film? Were people throwing food? Was it like... I don't know, did you have like an ex there and the ex was with like a new partner and they were being like show-offy? Like what occurred? Was there like tension in the air? Did someone know information that other people didn't? Maybe you shouldn't answer this. Maybe my own guesses are more interesting than what it is. Letting my mind like unravel itself and think about its own conclusions for what this could be might be infinitely better than what the answer is. I want to know though, Jansport, I'm curious. But The Prestige is a tremendous film. I've seen it a couple of times now, and every time it's been fantastic. It's a really good film. I don't know if you've seen it being good, but The Prestige is great. I think I first saw it when I was like 13 or 14, and I don't really remember a lot of it, and then I saw it a couple of years ago, and it was really, really good. Helm of Tales, Wizard City theme, Blonde Strawberry. Neither of those are what we want, but I did get a Harvest Lord kill, so that's 34. You have seen a few films. You've seen few films, not a few films. I mean, I was gonna say you've seen Iron Lung. Owned. That's a film. I bet you didn't think of that one. But that counts as few films. But you want to get into sound design for like video game making primarily, right? I guess I'm assuming that. Would you want to get into sound design in a non-video game space? Like if you were offered a sound design job in a TV show or a movie, is that something that would give you like an equal amount of fulfillment? Or even more? Have you thought about questions like that? I'll let Bean God respond to Janspot. Difficult to find work as just a video game sound designer. Yeah, that's going to be true for like most things in the gaming industry, to be fair. We strike the Harvest Lord. But too much of sound design discipline is taught through film, so I don't think I'm harming myself too badly by not watching. But so much of sound design discipline is taught through film, so I don't think I'm harming myself too badly by not watching a lot of films. In the sense that you don't want to be subscribed to dogma, because otherwise I would only be able to read that as it is really good to watch films, so that you can experience more variation and knowledge and types of sound design. So the only reason this makes sense is if you're saying you want to avoid institutionalization of sound design and be able to come up with your own, or avoid some sort of like dogma, or relying on like old systems. Strike. Thunder Snake. Maybe. I mean, I don't know. I think there's arguments both ways. Cool. Yeah. I mean, like, it depends. Do you want to be an auteur when with your sound design, or do you want to be, I guess you still need to have the knowledge of, like, tropes of film. Well, some are better than others. It really depends on what you want to accomplish. Yeah, there's also something to be said, like, the sound design of an animated show versus the sound design of a camera show are going to be, like, a little bit different. I don't know how much salience you have. I don't know how much salience you give to something like that. And I don't know how different they'll be. They'll be like a little different, but not that much different. Definitely different in how you would record them. What I was getting at is that a lot of times they're teaching here's how to do it in films and music. I see. So like you kind of already know the logic because you've been given it to you dogmatically, and so you don't need to go out of the way to explore it yourself. Is that maybe where you're going? Especially learning how to mix in Dolby Atmos and stuff. Okay, 2 fizzles in a row. Throwing sparks at each other. Okay, another fizzle. That's 3 fizzles in a row. The technical stuff, not the artistry. That was fire. We're up to myth. We've got 2 myth spells, but bro might kill me with his, like, natural attack. So please don't do your natural attack. He did not do his natural attack. I've got 1 more turn to try and avoid the natural attack. If he does the natural attack, I'll be dead. If he does some sort of unnatural synthetic attack, I'll be fine. God, his laugh is so fun. Oh, it's gonna be the natural attack, isn't it? It fizzled! We don't know. That'll be kill number 35. Helm of Nightmares is not what we're looking for, unfortunately. So out we go. And in we return. Still thinking about the fact that, like, I will be gaining a lot of experience from this. Like, we're already at 1,500, 1,200 flow over experience. We're going to go immediately to level 10, I think, which is interesting. If I want to incentivize grinding, because last time I did not grind at all when I was doing this challenge, and I want to allow grinding, I probably then need to make rerolls not level associated but area associated. That was something I was thinking of doing before, but we'll see. I'm curious to see how this plays out. But I do think incentivizing grinding might be a good thing. Or maybe it won't be. Maybe I'm going to say that, like, doing this 101 times or whatever in order to get the damn gear and do it with the other thing is, like, ultimately a bad thing. Because the progression of my levels impacts training points. And it impacts the spells I'll have access to in my school. I don't know. Something curious. Nonetheless. One thing that might be worth considering is that if I want to respect my time more, it might be worth that I only try and farm against Lord Nightshade, who drops 5 different pieces of gear that have unique cards rather than just one, which means I'm more likely to get at least one of them. Although again, you'd be wanting specific things. I don't know. Still got much to learn about what I think is valuable about the challenge and what I think is not. 59 damage. So curious. Experiencing things always makes you think different things. Anyway, that's 2 myth spells done. Third myth spell. But the stream is probably gonna have to end somewhat soon. You know, I've been streaming for 3.5 hours, just killing the Harvest Lord 35 times. At some point, we've got to do Gauntle, and at some point, I've got to go to sleep. No, we've done 3 minutes. We've got to go to Ghoul. And maybe I claim that this sort of experience is not worth it to me, and I would rather just get the training points, and I'd rather use training points to solve my problems rather than this gear. We'll see. Ah, it fizzled. Okay. Cool. But also, what if next time I hit? Like, Nick, I could get the 1 in 101 right now, and it'll all be worth it. But it still could be 500 times before I get the 1 in 101. Which I get, I'm just explaining how percentages work at this point. Oh. Now to fix this. I messed up a big part of my dome. Funeral rites for the stacks of glass about to be destroyed, please. I'm so sorry. You don't have Silk Touch? You can't get the glass back? Damn, you've been working on this dome for like 2 hours, man. That sucks. Or at least 2 hours you've been telling me about it, probably much longer. I'm raw dogging with iron tools. I mean, I do think playing with like early tools in Minecraft's very fun. I kind of respect that. But also, damn. Okay, this Firecat's about to betray this guy. Just tacked me with it. Better get tacked with it himself. $66. It's gonna take me 2 turns to kill with these strikes. I think I could die in that time. If next turn is a natural attack, I think I do die. Which is not good. Firecat, double agent. Comms that Russia might have sent in during the Cold War when they were experimenting with animals as spies. Charged coat. It's not what I wanted. It is 36 kills. I think we're going to go to 40, and I'm going to end the stream at 40. I think that's where I'm at for doing this. Well, we'll do Gauntle, and then the stream will end. I should probably get a mana wisp, just in case I fizzle a lot. I think that's literally the plot of Rocky and the Bullwinkle. I've not seen Rocky, the film, and I've definitely not seen Bullwinkle either. I don't know Rocky and Bullwinkle very clearly. I haven't seen Rocky. That's a film I need to watch at some point. I know a lot about Rocky because Rocky is like cited in or referenced in like a million different films. I watched Project Hail Mary without knowing that the reason why Rocky's partner is called what it is because of Rocky the film. I had to learn that from information from like the internet. I was gonna say from the information highway. I didn't know that's why Rocky's partner was called what it was. I suppose it doesn't matter, like knowing that or not, but feel like part of the way you're supposed to interpret like Ryland Grace is through moments like that. One's a moose, one's a squirrel. For some reason, a pair of Russian intelligence operatives, Boris and Natasha, are after them. That's just a funny sentence. Okay, this is the second myth strike. Okay, here's a third myth strike. And that means this guy's going to be out. Another one for 3 strikes and they're out again. Rotted fodder. Into Sunbird. Back to my casting days, just saying the cards that are occurring on screen. Fizzle? That's a nice fizzle. I'm glad that occurred. And now we can see the guy in red deal with the guy in green, in orange, in yellow. Those are 2 wrong colors before the right color. Snow Serpent. Into Fire. Fire Cat. I love that Fire Cat is red, but it's got a fire around it. One of my favorite things about Wizard 101, having the cards in your hand as trained versus item. And having that be so visually salient. And sort of like evocative. So we've got 3 strikes to go. We should be fine. We shouldn't die before 3 strikes go through. Okay, so cycle repeat first myth. Thank you, Fire Snake. I'm looking around my desk for like conversation pieces. I have my on a Windows Night a Traveler right here. Maybe that's what I do. Maybe to spice up the stream, I just read out loud if on a Windows Night a Traveler. That sounds awful, actually. That sounds really bad. But I realize I've got if on a Windows Night a Traveler on my desk. What cover is it? It is this cover of If on a Windows Night a Traveler. We've got a Helm of Tails. Let me increase the Harvest Lord kill count by 1 and organize stuff. I don't know if you know this cover. It's got a David Mitchell quote on the back, which I thought was funny. Because obviously I like David Mitchell. I think David Mitchell's cool. Different from your own, interesting. Do people... You don't know David Mitchell? That recontextualizes information about you. This recontextualizes my life and recontextualizes yours. David Mitchell is a British comedian. Like basically he does panel shows. You know, there's like a bunch of British comedians who basically just do panel shows, and he is one of the leaders. What's the word I'm looking for? One of the main guys on Would I Lie to You, which is a panel show that Liz and I have watched an absolute like ton of. Um, and famously-ish, he hasn't been on Taskmaster yet and doesn't want to. He's one of the few like British comedian panel show TV circuit guys that like hasn't been on Taskmaster. Although there's like a couple more like that, I think. In fact, the only one on Would I Lie to You that has been on it is his name. I don't know how I forgot his name. Not Rob, the other one. Anyway, David Mitchell's pretty funny. I like David Mitchell. He's probably my favorite like British comedian from like the panel show British circuit. I do like him. He's sort of like he's kind of like a normal Northern Lion for British TV show watchers as opposed to young Balatro players. In as much as a lot of the funniest moments he'll have is about being both persnickety and loud and argumentative about certain positions he might have and crazinesses he sees in the world. And there are lots of David Mitchell isms that are stuck in my brain that I think about on a day-to-day basis. He's got there's this clip on Would I Lie to You that he has about he's got this clip about, how do I put this, like warnings for children. Warnings are made for the reckless, right? The reckless need all these warnings to keep them safe, but it means the timid, those who are fearful of everything naturally, are like extra scared of everything. So the idea of like a highway existing in the same suburb as you is like a terrifying thought, because you could just die to a car driving off the highway and running into your house. And that's something I think about a lot, because I was definitely a timorous kid. I was definitely fearful of the world, and all the safety advice I'd be like super, super fearful about. Because these signs must exist for a reason, and they imply a terrifying existence on the outside world. A constant need to check both ways, even if like it's a one-way road. What? That's crazy, but that's the thing you inculcate, and you inculcate that into kids because they may not be able to like know that it's a one-way road, and the chance of a car coming the other way might be unlikely depending on the type of one-way road that it is. Obviously, some one-way roads you will have people driving the way. That's the other reason you have to teach them this. But like, you want to inculcate into kids that they have to look both ways, so that they might not know which roads are one-way roads. So just make sure they know all the time, and you just make that the pattern. But I don't know, as a kid I was like, damn, all these cars are going the other way on one-way roads, otherwise they wouldn't be teaching us this. That's an example, but there's like a million different examples of things like this that definitely made me terrified as a child. Anyway, that's a bit that David Mitchell also has that I definitely relate to. And relating is obviously like where all of the human experience is built upon. Human experience is only built upon being relatable. And that's why we engage with media, to relate to it. We concluded this earlier in our conversation. Anyway, so I like David Mitchell, and a quote from him is on the back of If on a Winter's Night a Traveler. Truth Gecko. Bloody hell, mate. I also got a new bookmark because I left my receipt. I normally just use a receipt as a bookmark, but I left the receipt of my previous book in the book, and then I gave it to someone. So now they just have my receipt. So now I had to get a new bookmark, and the bookmark is just a it's like a punch card for like a Chinese place nearby, right? And I've only been there once, so it's only got one punch out of the 8 punches before I can redeem a free meal. And so that's my bookmark now. Which is, it's much more colorful than my previous bookmark. No, my mother already owned If on a Winter's Night a Traveler, so it was just in the house. I should have just said yes. Why do I have this propensity for truth? If I just say yes, the world becomes more joyful, more whimsy. But no, my mum already owned If on a Winter's Night a Traveler. She also owns, like, I believe, Invisible Kitties. Soot-stained tunic? That's not what I wanted. No, that's not where the 8 is supposed to go. I know I shouldn't call it that. I learnt about invisible kitties before I learnt about invisible cities. So in my mind, invisible kitties is the original, and invisible cities is some sort of haphazard Italo-Calvino Italianization of invisible kitties. But I know I have my origins back to front. We do a little bit of trolling. It's always the second thing that popularizes. That's just like not true. But I appreciate that in some instances it is true, and saying an always claim in front of it makes it sound more fun. But for many a thing, it's the first thing that popularizes. I was about to say something really mean, because it was basically going to start with, hey Jezbot, you're old. But as a genuine question, I'm actually really curious. I assume the first Back to the Future movie was like a massive hit, even though nowadays people like the second one a little bit more, right? But like the first one was like an incredibly massive hit, I assume. And, you know, it existed in a time, there was a time at least before the second movie had come out. But in I think like in a lot of modern media landscapes, they think of the second movie as being like a package with the first movie and superseding it in many a way, which I think is in some cases valid. Or in some ways valid. I'm trying to think of like what trilogies or what things that have a sequel where the second thing is actually the thing that popularized it and not the first thing. I don't consume a lot of sequel content and things that have sequels, so I don't know like what things the second thing is more popular than the first thing. But I'm sure there's lots of examples of it. I'm just not wary of them. Probably because I'm also like rather young, right? There's only been so much media released in my time that I would have been able to know what it was like to experience the first thing, as opposed to the second thing as well. I actually don't know many examples of the second thing that's more popular. Risk of Rain 2 is actually probably a really good example. Risk of Rain 2, I think, got much more breadth than Risk of Rain 1. Despite it possibly being not the better game. I know, controversial opinion. Risk of Rain 2 is a really good game. I just love the first game. I think the first game is better for who I am. But, yeah. God damn it. Isaac is actually probably... Well, Isaac was really big. Like, Flash Isaac was still really big. But I guess it's like, it's clearly not as big as Rebirth, right? Like, Rebirth's insanely big. Okay, Dark Knight is an incredible example. Godfather Part 2, I agree with you. So you're including Back to the Future as the example, even though it was already popular at the first movie? Because I was assuming what this meant was like, or what you were trying to talk about was like examples where the first thing is a flop, but it becomes part of like the cultural landscape at the second thing. But Back to the Future, even if the second film didn't come out, I'm sure would have still been like the cultural hit piece and landmark thing we think of it as, right? Like today. But I can see worlds where The Dark Knight requires the second film in order to become the thing it is today. I can see that, perhaps. As is with, obviously, Invisible Kitties and Invisible Cities, which is, like, the main example we're thinking about, right? Is this gonna kill me? No, we're safe. Huge. So that should be kill number 39. We've got Undead Conqueror. I got 2 pieces of gear. None of them were correct. But we now have a new bloody badge of Undead Hunter. Where are these found? Fantastic. Okay, 1 more kill and then I'll leave it for the night. Oh, sure. That's like, not to be persnickety here, but that's like a slightly different claim than popularizers. The popularizers implies a non-popular pre-state on the first product, right? At least in my mind. That's what I would assume from the phrase popularizers. Wherein Back to the Future. Okay. I have heard about PUBG being of this nature. So I'll agree with you. But also, in part, I can recognize PUBG, but I don't know what H1Z1 stands for. Team Fortress might count. Like, you know, people who know Team Fortress, like, who've played a lot of Team Fortress will know about, like, Quake and the Team Fortress mod. But Team Fortress 2 probably exists different and greater to such an extent that it might count. But I don't know. Okay. I don't know what SF2 Turbo is. I mean, I can guess that it's Street Fighter 2, but I know nothing about fighting games. Do you have any thoughts on 2XKO, Jansport? Considering the news? I don't think we've talked about this. The 2XKO news. Maybe we have. Maybe my memory is that awry that I don't recall. Okay. Second strike. Good. You're like satisfied it died. It wasn't a good game and I'm still mad at Riot. So you're happy it's gone in as much as Riot doesn't deserve anyone thinking of it positively? Is that how I'm to read this message? It's not an opinion I've seen shared very much. Damn. The scorn and the spite. I can respect a little scorn. It's interesting you didn't think it was a good game. I mean, I've been hanging out with, like, Prism and people who think that, like, 2XQ was really fun. What didn't you like about it? I know very little about 2XQ. There's not much I can say about it, but I'm curious what you didn't like about it. Ghoul on the Rotted Fodder. Okay, we've got to go to... It was highly non-dynamic. These are awful words. Curious. Curious. Awfully non-dynamic. I'm trying to put my brain thoughts together into words that make sense to non-fighting game community people. My instinct is what that means is that it's solitary. Like, I do my combo, I execute it perfectly, and then you do yours. And if I fail, I lose. And if I don't fail, I win. That's my guess, is that it's essentially just like the fighting game community version of saying this matchup is solitaire. In as much as, you know, when 2 people are playing solitaire in a card game, they're building their own engine. But here, like, solitaire is purely defined as, like, dealing damage and stunning the opponent to such a rate. That'd be my instinct, but it might mean the complete opposite of that. Because that might be how you define dynamicism. the capacity to invent an infinite combo. Right. I'm curious how fighting games don't have that. How do you avoid that in fighting games? Do you have it such that, like, you can't stunlock people? How do you avoid this? Because surely there's a best solution to a lot of things, and there's not a lot of RNG. Okay, that's 40 kills. I'm gonna say that's the end of farming the Harvest Lord for today. Which is unfortunate. But I believe that to be what I want. Have as true. Okay, let me do this. Let me do this. This. Goes with. And we'll set up ourselves for the Gauntle as I quickly move ourselves over to... Alright, goodbye, Bean God. The solutions are having good neutral and strong defensive options. IMO, the best fighting games, have incredibly strong defensive options because no matter how good they are, people find ways to win anyway. Okay. I'm going to do the Gauntlet. And then the stream will end. So. Gauntlet time. Radial 50-50 is like this. No, I should have gone the other way around, but I was intending to do it at the start. That was stupid. Minesweeper is chill. I think Minesweeper is a surprisingly good game to have on the Gauntlet. I didn't think it was going to work, having Minesweeper in the Gauntlet, but works pretty well in the end. This. Fantastic. Mini Sudoku. Mini Sudoku, I think, works less well. What am I missing? 3, 1, 4. That should be 1, 2, and 6. We don't know just yet. This is a 6, so we know 2, 5. We know 3. We know 2, 5. We know nothing. We know 6. No. 1. This is a 6. This is 2, 5, 2, 6. It's fine. Shape up. I'm very bad at shape up. Don't make fun of me. Okay, Queens. Is this, it's this, it's this. No, it's not. Oh, it's this, I believe. Because these two have to be here. In fact, it's also that. Which means it's that, which means it's that, which means that. This. Nonogram. 6, 1, 6, 7. I make myself laugh sometimes. 4, 5. Excuse me? There we go. Rogue. Who's your name? Mini crossword. Sombrero. That's a hat. Stately home. That's a manor. Perspective. That's sight. I don't like that. Supersonic speed unit. I don't like that either. Maybe it's not mana. Was able to. Could. Blow off steam. Hanoi? No idea. Road fees, tolls. I don't know what that is. Flushed red. Perspective. No idea. And blow off steam? Is that gonna be Kiss? That's gonna be like Mac 10, I assume. Because I think that's Kiss and like... I don't know what word this is. So I'm just gonna do reveal letter. Angle. Dude, I'm an idiot. Angus, yeah. It's not Mac, it's maybe it is Mac. Oh, it's Mark. I knew it was Mark, I'm an idiot. Short answer is I'm an idiot. I can't justify that. I will look foolish for the rest of my days. Because I obviously know Mark 10, but when you're in the zone, the world becomes more confusing as opposed to less. I look so... Whatever. I'm allowed to look silly. But also, damn, I looked really silly. This. Clambers. ECHPCE. ECHPCE. PSE. I think it was S. But it's just speech, isn't it? Yeah. Caramel. I hate caramel. Caramel sucks. No good thing has ever come out of a caramel. Like, what is this? How is anyone supposed to know what this is? Okay. And then Wordle. Let me do this. Okay, these are some weird letters. Is it gonna be like rain? No. No, like air... I have no idea what this is going to be. It's not gonna be like this. If I do this, what happens? Okay. Not gonna be this, like that's not a word. It's a word, but okay. Also, we had the U already gone. I have no idea what that word is, and I feel silly for not knowing. Like, what is this word? Bribe. Honestly, I should have got him. I'm a bit silly sauce. But also, you only lose a minute for failing it. I may not have gotten that in a minute. Overall, not a bad Wordle. Not a bad Gauntle. 5 minutes is pretty good. Okay. That's all I wanted to do today. Thanks for joining me, Jansport and BeanGod. And I'll stream me endlessly doing farming possibly another time. Thank you.